Hello, hello. Welcome. It has been 2 weeks
Sorry.
since you looked at me.
What up?
What
It's
up?
been 2 weeks.
What up? What up? What's good with you?
I'm dying.
Besides that, what's good?
What's good with me? Hold on, I have a list.
Finally, a list.
Trying to think. Oh, I bought the 5950X CPU, which I think has 16 cores.
Oh, that's the CPU I have.
Okay.
I just made that realization now. I was like, why does it sound so familiar? Wait, Ryzen 9, right?
Cores. Yeah.
AM4?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same one I have. It's a good CPU.
So I bought it, and I had the 3600X, and one of my friends was like, why would you upgrade? The 3600 is a great gaming CPU. And I was like, yeah.
Mainly for gaming, yeah.
Or sorry, 5600, not 3600.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good gaming CPU. But when I was doing other tasks, such as streaming combined with gaming, combined with music listening, combined with Discord,
yeah,
and I use BlueStack to use PlayStation chat. So I'll have BlueStack, Sonar, Discord, game, stream. So it's like 8 plus like a if I'm playing League, I have a Chrome tab open, which Chrome is notorious for using a lot of shit. So my CPU is running at 100% at that point. And I was like, I bet more cores and threads and cache and like all these things would translate to better stuff. So I did some research. It does help with the multitasking. They did say though, like when I looked at gaming percentage versus CPUs, it's like a 3-4% increase. You're not getting anything special. So if you were just using this for gaming, there is no benefit.
yeah,
you would want to go for the 3D cache CPUs, and then that would be significant for your gaming. But I upgraded. I've tested it. It still hits like 70-80% utilization with everything open, but that is a 20-30% increase from
what you had before.
Yeah, which means the multitasking is working super well, which I'm super happy about.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's a good CPU.
Yeah.
Trust me, I was going nuts when I was trying to build my computer like again, where I was trying to like figure out, okay, what CPU do I go for? Okay, there's the 5900, and I'm like, okay, what's that good for? And people were like, well, I mean, that's specifically for gaming, but if you want to do like editing and all this other stuff, then you might want to look at the 50. And I'm like, okay, what's the benefit of the 50? And it's like this, and this, but it's like, oh, there's the 3D, and it's like, okay, but what does the 3D do? And it's just like, okay, there's a bunch of shit that I had to like read around, and then eventually it got to like Black Friday, and I was like, okay, I'll just go with the 5950.
Yeah.
And yeah, like that's the one that I have currently, and it's going pretty good.
Something that even further like drove me wild about that 3D bullshit was watching like Linus Tech Tips, all these people on, it's more than just him. Everyone that I watch, like J2Sense, all those, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like
a lot of those computer guys.
I watched specifically like 8 fucking people that I really like constantly switch between to look at stuff. And they were saying like the 3D cache was not doing well, like it wasn't running properly, and they couldn't figure out why. And it was like some setting was off or something, or something was going on. And this was like a year ago where they were having this issue, and then they found like like how it works, and they were like, normal people aren't gonna know how to do this. Like, why would you sell something where they're gonna have to go in and like
really finagle with it?
Yeah, because like they're not gonna benefit plug and play,
Yeah.
So
that's the thing about like we've always had this discussion about computers of just like it's frustrating sometimes, like straight up, like the normal. This is why people that play video games don't really go for PCs. They usually go for consoles because of the sake of convenience. And it's just like the annoyances of computer shit where, you know, you have to fucking debug a bunch of shit. You have to remove a bunch of bloatware. You have to also like figure out whether or not you're utilizing your RAM properly, or like you're using all the cores in your fucking CPU, or whether or not like you're undervolt you decide to undervolt your GPU and shit like that. Like there's a bunch of bullshit that you have to like figure out and discover for yourself. And it sucks sometimes.
Yeah. No, it's definitely taxing. Like, and then there's the I had to talk to my brother about this the other day. Getting your CPU, and then sometimes you get, what was it, the lottery or some shit about the die. They
Oh
call it, like,
yeah.
winning the lottery, or sometimes you get a bad die.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, I was like, you know, I got the 5600X, and I put it in. I used the cooler it came with. Everywhere I looked online said the cooler it came with is fine. That motherfucker was hitting 90 degrees with the cooler that it came with. I applied the proper fucking thermal paste, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it came with thermal paste attached, I think. And if it didn't, I applied it properly. And nothing, it just did not work well.
Yeah. That's why I would recommend like getting an AIO and shit like that.
No, but like I shouldn't have to, because everyone that ran that CPU, and this is an exaggeration because it's not everyone, but everyone that I read of on Reddit, that there was like maybe one other person having an issue, and he was just like, I bought a different fan, and then he said it worked better, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna buy a fan, I'm gonna buy an AIO then.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just, if I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna go for it, because then when I upgrade, I have the AIO.
Yeah. The only thing is that like the only downfall of AIOs is that like eventually they do start to dry up.
Yeah, but again, like it's
more reliable for cooling. Yeah, if you're not planning on water cooling.
Well, because like I watched like not watch, I'm sorry, I read some other people's stuff, and of course there's people that's like, I've had it for my AIO for 8 years and it's never had a problem. So because when I'm looking up which ones to buy, I want to see what people say about theirs.
Yeah.
And there's people that have them for a long time, and I saw a few people that were like, it just broke 2 days after, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's usually the shit that like drives me insane too, of just like when I'm looking for shit, I'm just like, well, this shit fucking broke and it's only been like 2 days, and I'm like, But then you see the other reviews of people saying, well, I mean, it's good, like it's still like the best one on the market, and I'm like, okay, yeah.
So like, what I've noticed is when people say something broke quickly, you have to remember that most likely user error. They probably did something to break it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't ever want to fess up to breaking something, so they'll just be like, no, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
So anyways, I was gonna get the Peerless Assassin, which everyone was recommending, and then I didn't do that.
Yeah.
And I got instead the AIO, the thermal take. I don't know, it's like 360 millimeter.
I feel like I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, they put it out like, as it's super weird that it just felt this way, but like as I was like finally, like, because I let the problem go on for a while and I just undervolted my CPU, which made the temperature better. But I was like, I don't want to have to do that. That's dumb. So I went and got this thing. And like right when I was finally like being annoyed about the problem like too much, I was like, let me look this up. And then Thermal Take put this out just then, and it was like $50 for 300, I don't know how big this is, 320, 340 or whatever millimeter. And like, if you go and look up any competitors, they're like 100, 200, 300 for those fucking big ass radiators, dude. And I was like, maybe this is gonna be bad, but like, I'm gonna try it, and if it breaks, I'll just fucking return it, man. Fuck it. So, and this shit, like, it's been like 4 or 5 months. It runs great.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Sometimes shit just works.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying though. Is like, people shit on it, but like Thermal Take is good. Like, it's not a great brand name, but it works fucking great. So.
Yeah, no, like it works. Like, that's the thing, is just like, if it works, it works. Like, I don't know. It's The name brand stuff like is really dependent because like, you know, even like in the computer world, sometimes like there are like really weird niche brands that a lot of people say are like really good. I know people really like Lee and Lee for like a good bit.
Are those fan
Yeah,
ones or no?
they're the fan people, but they also do like cases and stuff like that, and a lot of people praise like some of their case designs and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
From what I understand, compared to like bigger companies or like right now, I think I saw something from Gamers Nexus that like they're doing an investigation on NCXT.
Yep, I watched the whole thing. I was going to talk to you about that.
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched
Okay.
it. If you want to explain it, I mean, you're free to do so. So
Yeah, those motherfuckers are grimy, dog.
I saw that
So,
program. That's the thing. So basically, the whole gist is that like it's for their rental program for
yep.
computers. Like I remember seeing that, and I was like, that's a really weird thing to do. But I mean, I guess for some weird convenience, but still,
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, is it cheap? Well, I mean, for fuck it, you're the ones that's gonna have to explain it. So go ahead.
Um, so $60 a month you can get like their base model.
Okay.
And I don't know, I can't remember if he said you can get a higher model or not. I'm pretty sure you can. It would make sense that they have a higher model. And he was saying that um if you get the higher model and you pay monthly for 4 years, you end up paying $15,000 for a computer for 4 years. And he's like, so why wouldn't you just go get a loan from somewhere, buy the computer, and pay the loan back?
Oh my god.
Yeah. He was like, it's super stupid. And he's like, it's just predatory. It's super predatory. And then it showed a bunch of uh, YouTubers, one of which that I watch, and they do the advertisements for it. And they were like, and all these guys are doing advertisements for this thing and saying, like, there's no contract. He's like, there is a fucking contract. You will go into collections if you don't pay this. There's for sure a contract. And then inside this contract, then he got a lawyer to like go over the contract.
Oh god.
And I was like, holy shit, like good for him though, because like
Yeah, I mean, that's what I like about Gamers Nexus. Like they go really deep into shit like a lot.
yeah,
I forget the last thing that they did that was like
it
kind
was
of
Newegg, I think.
yes, it was the new egg stuff. Like they went into
Yeah.
like a deep investigation for that shit. Being
And that
like
was because they wouldn't RMA stuff.
yeah. And it's like what was it? It's like they started to realize that like from people's like Reddit like comments
Yeah.
about like Newegg specifically, and they were like, well, Newegg, we never had a problem from Newegg up until like a couple of like different points, but then they started to realize that like stuff that they were getting like from Newegg was either like used or like some weird shit was going on behind the scenes over at
They
the
had
warehouse.
tried to return something too, and
Yeah.
they got the same issue.
Yeah, like
It
so
was
that
crazy.
one was I would recommend that one for people who haven't seen that that investigation.
I'll also say, by the way, I was talking to my brother about this today earlier. I looked at Amazon's deals for some stuff because like I'm just all over the place with some RAM and some things I want to look at, and I was like, you know, I just want to look at CPUs real quick and some GPUs real fast because I also do want to get the GPU. Everything on Amazon is priced lower. Every fucking thing is priced lower than the things on Newegg. And when I was younger, and I know that this is just because it was when I was younger, Newegg had the best deals on everything computer. And it's not always, that's not accurate, but they had very close to almost the best deals on everything computer based. And it's become more that to me, it seems that they're not willing to fight for you to buy the shit from them anymore. They just expect you to go there and buy things.
Buy it, yeah.
And everything that says it's on sale is fucking not on sale. It's just so bad.
It's dependent because like for Cyber Monday when I got my stuff for my computer, I think the stuff that I got from Newegg was the RAM. The RAM and I forget what else, but basically everything else was from Amazon.
Yep.
Because I think the price for the RAM was slightly lower than it was on Amazon. But that's the only thing I got from Newegg, like physically. I'm trying to think if I got anything else from there. I could probably check my shit, but I would have to look at that at some point. But I mean, like I said, I don't really use Newegg as often to buy PC parts or any parts in general. I just use Amazon most of the time. Which reminds me, damn bro, fucking Black Friday and Cyber Monday, bro, fucking I missed out on the fucking OLED monitor that I wanted.
It'll be on the sale again.
Not for a while, I don't think. But even
What was the
then,
price at?
it was like, well, I was gonna pay for it like monthly, but it was like $9.99.
It'll hit that price again.
Yeah, because I went back to full price, but it was like on sale for like a day, and I was just like, oh.
Yeah, it's the same monitor I was looking at. It's been on that sale before.
Okay, but I don't know. It's just very dependent whether or not like I want to buy another monitor like right now. Because like I guess I'll get into that in my week, but go ahead. What else you got?
Yeah. I got a new mic.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm excited for that. But those computer things, I'm happy that it's running good.
Oh, that
And
that reminds me. You got your 8-bit Doe controller, right?
yeah,
How's that working out for you?
it is good. I cannot play Call of Duty anymore on controller. I've lost the capability somehow
Mm-hmm.
of feeling. So when I aim, it's very like I drag the stick and it's very like choppy to like move now.
Yeah.
And I upped the sensitivity to make it try to feel smoother. Nope. Moving the mouse is way better because I just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
boom,
first
go where
person
I want.
shooters tend to work better with mouse and keyboard.
Controller. Destiny doesn't feel terrible on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Anything single player, competitive stuff feels really bad on controller now.
Yeah.
Anything just casual feels fine.
Yeah, that's what I usually use my controller for is like single player stuff.
Yeah. So it's been fine. I need to clean it, I think. I don't know how it got dirty.
It's so dirty.
No, because I wash my hands before I use it because I know that I hate when controllers are dirty. Yeah, so I love it. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that it has a stand to charge on. Because I don't like when it lays down. A lot of chances for it to fall and like something happen.
Yeah.
So it's nice that it has a little spot. So I like it. I'm happy with it.
That's good.
I'm gonna get into movies that I watched.
Go ahead. What did you watch?
I really like this movie called Charlie Countryman.
Countryman. That sounds familiar. Yeah, I was going to say that sounds familiar.
I don't know the lady.
I don't know the lady.
It was because it's basically him and this lady, and it does have Ron from Harry Potter in it.
Yeah.
Oh, what is his name?
Rupert Grint.
Yeah, it has him in there. And he gets a boner that he can't control, which is pretty funny. Sure. Very funny to have him have to do these funny things. So, okay. His mother dies. Like the whole point of the movie is like, what's it called? Shia's mother dies, and then, he's like watching it happen because like the guy that's with Shia is like, I guess kind of like a stepdad. And the stepdad guy had to make the decision to like pull the cord on the mother because she's in the hospital dying, and he like watches this happen, and you see like kind of like, because it's like traumatic for him, right? So like you kind of see like choppy bits of like them putting her in a car and like driving her home. I'm assuming like driving her to like a funeral home or whatever. But they don't really show you where they're going. They just show you like putting her in the car, and he's like crying, and it's all sad. And then he's sitting in like the waiting room after the cord was pulled, and he's like sitting there, and his mother shows up next to him, and they talk for a little bit, and he asks her to give him one like not one like coherent piece of like something to do, like he says like basically like you've never really ever been like really like collected as a person, like can you just give me something, like collect yourself and give me something to do basically. And she tells him to go to I can't remember where, but there's Budapest, and then I think she tells him to go to Bucharest or Bucharest or something. Yeah. And he goes, are you sure you don't mean Budapest? And that becomes like a running joke throughout the thing, because when he goes there, people are like, are you sure you don't mean, are you sure you weren't supposed to be in Budapest? Like, why are you here? It's such a weird place for someone to visit.
Is it a drama, or is it more of like a dark comedy?
Dark comedy.
Okay, gotcha. No, because like I'm looking at this director's like filmography. Apparently this is like his only like feature. He's done like a bunch of commercials and a bunch of shorts. So I find that that's pretty interesting. For Charlie Countryman.
Yeah, super good movie though. I fucking love it, man.
All right, I'll probably watch it.
Part of the whole story is going to be like he gets on a plane, and then like after his mother had just died, he gets on a plane, talks to this guy, learns about his daughter. The guy loves the Cubs. They're just going back and forth, and he's having a good time. He's actually feeling happy about, just like enjoying life at this point. And then the guy that is sitting next to him dies on a plane. Sleeping on his shoulder.
Yeah, okay, so that is dark comedy. Gotcha.
Yeah. And then more stuff obviously happens. So if you're gonna watch it, I'm not gonna say the rest of it.
Okay.
Really, really love it. I really, really love Shia LaBeouf, man. I know people have their reasons for hating him, but I still think he's a really good actor.
Yeah, I know. You've told me like multiple times, bro, I wish I was Shia LaBeouf, and I was like, okay. And you were like Transformers, and I'm like, okay.
I don't wish, bro. I am gonna rip off my shirt and have a tattoo of him on my chest. I watched Starsky and Hutch.
The Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I noticed after watching this that, man, I really didn't pay attention to movies as a kid. So when I watched Starsky and Hutch when I was a kid, I was like, oh, it's so cool that they're two cops doing like cop things. Like, oh man. And then like bringing down the bad guys. No, Hutch is a bad guy. He's a criminal. He's completely a criminal. He's not really a bad guy. He's more like an anti-hero.
Yeah, he's just a bad cop.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen the movie, so
You've never seen Starsky and Hutch?
Mm-mm.
You should go. Well, I don't know if you should go and watch it, but
I was about to say it's like in that weird period of movies where it's just like, oh, here's old TV franchise.
Yeah.
So let's make it a movie.
Yeah.
Like Dukes of Hazzard and like shit like that, or it's just
good
like
movie, by the way.
Yeah. So no, but I haven't seen the movie with Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not grand or great.
So it's not
okay.
it's not like Zoolander. It's not like
I think Zoolander is also fine.
Okay.
Like if I was gonna put a movie above Zoolander, Anchorman.
Yeah, Anchorman's pretty good. I can't deny.
Which is funny because I watched Zoolander 2, by the way.
I remember watching Zoolander 2, but I don't remember jack shit.
Yeah, I don't remember watching it. The opening scene is Justin Bieber dying.
Oh god. It's
hilarious though, because like he's getting shot by I think an Uzi for a very comically long time.
It's so stupid. Yeah, okay.
And then he before he dies, he takes a picture of himself because model.
You gotta admit, like some of the Ben Stiller written stuff is pretty funny. Like Tropic Thunder.
Great. No, it's so like Zoolander and Zoolander 2 are good.
Mm-hmm.
But like I have had people in my life that told me Futurama is a bad show, and I'm like, watching Zoolander, and those same people love Zoolander. So I'm watching Zoolander 2, and I'm like, this is really bad. Like the comedy written is terrible, but it's like slapstick humor a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's like it's really like I wouldn't say it's lowbrow, neither is it highbrow. It's like midbrow. It's just like
for me, Zoolander slapstick comedy is lowbrow, but it is funny.
Yeah
it is funny. But if you look at Futurama, the writing in Futurama is very fucking good.
Yeah.
And people that don't understand that just don't understand how these things are fun.
So
Like why it's funny, I'm assuming.
that's the thing, is that like the only thing I could think of that like had really good writing, and I feel like a lot of people didn't get, was Arrested Development. Arrested
Yep.
Development had that problem where it's just like a lot of the humor, it's like some people considered it either too highbrow or too lowbrow, but then like the actual dialogue you're listening to, it's like the goofiest shit in the world, but for some reason people just didn't get it. And then that's why that show got canceled in like the second season, and then eventually it came back for like a third, and then that fourth season we don't talk about, but still.
Yeah, the development hell. So if you hold on, let me see if this is the right thing I'm thinking of. Nope. Sorry, I gotta find the show because I can't remember the name of it.
But I thought you had your notes.
I didn't write it down because I'm an idiot.
Damn, bro.
Take me a hot second real quick. Time Bandits. Have you heard of this?
I've heard of it, but I have not watched it.
Okay. They've canceled it. Season 1 was the only thing they made. What's wrong?
No, because like I've heard of the movie, and then I heard about the TV show like being made, and then I think I also heard about it being canceled at some point.
The movie looks like trash to me.
Yeah.
The TV show, wonderful. The only thing I will say bad about it, because I had read why other people didn't like it, and I completely agree. Why they don't like it is okay for them not to like it, but it is still a good show. So people that are like, no, it's not a good show. No, you're wrong. You're 100% just wrong, but you are entitled to the reason why you don't like it.
Here's the thing. I remember seeing this online, but like of people saying, "Oh, this movie's just straight up bad," or like something about like whatever media, and just saying just one specific like thing about it, but they don't go into depth about it specifically, or the fact that people like something but can still criticize the thing that they like. That's I feel like is the reasonable thing about like having criticism towards something that is out there for people to view.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, like some people get like really defensive about criticism, specifically about stuff like that, but it's like it can be constructive criticism when it's not fucking people being like, well, it's just bad for bad sake, or like what's the other thing that I saw that was just like driving me nuts when people were like trying to describe movies or something, of just like, oh, I don't like it for whatever fucking personal reason. But it's just like, but if you're able to point out some good things with it, then that's great. But if you're able to point out some bad things, that's also great, because it's like you actually have a good, like, I feel like rounded view of the thing that you're criticizing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it just gets to the point of like when people are like, oh, the movie, I don't think the writing was good. I mean, I enjoyed the performances, and then people being defensive, being like, well, have you ever written a movie? And it's like, dude, it's like, I'm just talking about like my feeling on the movie. Like it drives me nuts with shit like that. That's why whenever I decided to like do like any kind of like criticisms and stuff like that, it's just like, is there really a point? Because motherfuckers gonna be out here being like, you never filmed a movie? You never made a video game?
Yeah, I mean, it's always gonna be a troll. But the point people had made about why they didn't like this was, or at least from what I read from one person that had actually put good words into like, or had given good reason to why they didn't like it, was the show couldn't be consistent with how it wanted to like play itself to what age. So it felt very childish sometimes, and then it felt very adult sometimes.
So it didn't have an audience that it was trying to like reach out to. Like
Yeah.
it didn't know what audience it had, essentially.
I think you should take a look at it and
Okay.
let me know what you think, because I do kind of agree with it. Because like, so like the point they had made is there's one episode where like it's just very kid friendly. I don't know how more to explain
Like
that, but
Power Rangers kind of.
no hurting people, no cursing, no nothing. It's just very clean.
Oh my god,
And
yeah.
then there's an episode where somebody gets shot, and there's
Uh,
bleeding, and there's attacking, and there's cursing, and there's running, and it's like, yeah, like again, like I can see how that's very confusing, but the show as itself is very well written,
mhm.
and there's people that were like, it's not funny. No, it is funny. You're just not used to dry humor, and it's very, very dry humor.
Yeah,
And it's Lisa Kudrow
Friends.
from Friends, and she in this role is literally Phoebe.
Hmm.
She has no, I don't think there's been a TV show I've watched or a movie with her in it where I'm like, that's
She's not
It's
Phoebe.
always Phoebe.
Right? Yeah.
It's her. So like, it's just like watching a Nick Cage movie. You know you're gonna get Nick Cage. So like when I watch this with her, I'm like, like it pissed me off a little bit because I'm like, oh, she's not acting different. Then like as I watched it, I was like, honestly, it's not bad. Like it's just
Yeah,
her.
it's like I would say the better comparison is Giancarlo Esposito.
Oh no.
Gus Fring from Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where like everything that he's been in mostly is like bad guy, but like very like straightforward bad guy.
Yeah.
And it's like really tough for him to kind of break that mold because obviously that was like such a big role for him in Breaking Bad. And
That's a
that's
good
why,
comparison because she is still very like she just plays ditzy.
yeah, because
Same
that's
thing,
that's the thing is that like oh god, I've been meaning to play Far Cry 6, but I remember like the whole thing of like Giancarlo is like really good, but the problem is that he's just doing Gus Fring again. I'm like, okay, I'll probably check it out at some point. But yeah, I feel like that's like a comparison that I feel like is a lot better. It's funny that you mentioned like playing it very safe at times.
Mhm.
I think the reason why I brought up that whole thing about criticism is because there was a streamer that like showed up on my Instagram page of her playing Dragon Age Veilguard. Bro, the writing for that game is not good.
Oh, really?
It's really clunky. It's really clunky writing. But all I keep seeing is that the game is actually legitimately fun, but the writing is like really goofy to the point where like it feels like a lot of Dragon Age fans feel like the writing doesn't know who it's trying to like appeal to the point where like a lot of people say that its writing feels like a Marvel movie. Like it's very shallow, it's very like by the numbers, and to the point where like the dialogue choices that you have feel very safe because there's no like rudeness to it or like bad guy like path you can kind of take like the original
Right,
Dragon Age games. So it's very weird. It's a very, very weird game.
Sounds a little more mainstream now.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's very interesting because like I remember there was a whole thing I wanted to talk about at the end of the podcast, which I talked about a little bit with Wesley after you died, where it's just like the whole criticism of it being woke, but it's like no, it's just like the writing is just not that good. That's all it is. It's not because of the fact that Black people exist in video games or women. Like that's not the reason why it's a bad game. It's like it's just because the writing is just like not particularly well done. Like people who've played it say it is a fun game. Like a gameplay wise, it's fun. But like when you actually do like some interactions and stuff like that, like the appeal of Dragon Age, it's just kind of not there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I liked about the original Dragon Age, like specifically Dragon Age Origins, where it's just like you had instances where it's just like you could be a dick or you could just be a pretty cool guy sometimes, a chill guy sometimes. But
Holy
like
shit.
yeah, but it just like it starts to diminish at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been wanting to go back and play the Dragon Age games, but they take so fucking long.
Yeah.
they
seem pretty boring. I used to play them when I was younger. I don't think I can get back into them.
I really, really liked Origins because of the fact that you can choose like your different origin of like
What
your
was
character.
the one after Origin?
Dragon Age 2.
What was the one after that?
Inquisition.
Okay, Inquisition is the one I liked.
It's funny because like that's the one that I hear that a lot of people have a lot of like beef with, that Inquisition was boring, and I'm trying to think. I'm like, it's long. Yes, it's long, but like I enjoyed my time with it from what I played.
Oh yeah, like 13-year-old Anthony probably only played like 10% of the game.
Yeah, I remember I played Dragon Age 1 on my PS3, and I was like, okay, I really dig everything of Dragon Age. And then I played Dragon Age 2, and I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck did they do to Dragon Age? Because I was just like, okay, the combat's kind of cool, but oh my god, like fucking character assassinations for previous characters like started happening, or it's just like, why? What is the point? And then I played Inquisition, and I'm like, Inquisition's a little bit better. I'm like, it's long because like I played it with like I played the Game of the Year edition, I believe. So I had like all the DLC shit, and I'm just like, it's really fucking long. But the outcome that I got from Inquisition is that little elf bitch Solus is a little bitch. That's all I got from it. He's a little bitch. But yeah, I was really interested in Veilguard. But from what I've seen of the writing, I think I'm good for the meantime. I'll wait for it to go in like a really deep discount. But we'll see. We'll see. So go ahead, continue. Time Bandits.
Yeah, what was I saying?
You like Lisa Kudrow is good. Writing is pretty good.
Yeah, Kudrow's good, writing's good.
But
oh
canceled.
fuck, dude. It had the one dude from Flight of the Conchords in it.
Oh,
he played the crab in Moana.
Yes. Fuck. Did you know that he's also in What We Do in the Shadows?
No, now I'm gonna watch it.
Is it Jeremiah? Jermaine, yeah, Jermaine Clement.
Jermaine Clement, yeah. His partner is fucking hilarious though. The duo, they're both great. I have no idea what Brett does, other than music with him. But Jermaine, being a Moana was huge for me because I still to this day listen to Flight of the Conchords on the regular, just like for comedy to hear. And hearing him singing that, I was just like so happy to see him like get something acting wise to do. And then he plays the evil guy in basically the devil. They don't call him the devil ever though. In Time Bandits, he plays the evil man, which is fucking great, man, because again, like his comedy, even in the music, it's very dry, and that's very like British, New Zealand type of comedy.
Oh man, I didn't know it was Taika Waititi and Jermaine Clement. Yeah. I didn't know that they were the fucking people behind this. Oh, that's a shame.
What, the show?
Yeah, that it got canceled.
Yeah, it got canceled because of sexual issues, or as far as I understand, they said abuse. They didn't say anything sexual.
Oh, okay, that's different.
I believe, I don't know what ethnicity she is, but the female that is in it that's not Lisa Kudrow had some type of abuse allegations.
Against who?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So they haven't told.
And on top of that, the ratings were bad, so they were like, "We're just fucking canceling the shit."
What was it on?
Apple TV.
Okay, so I mean, that's the problem with streaming services, man.
I mean,
it's just like, who the fuck has Apple TV besides you? Yeah, besides you. Just like besides you.
We have a family plan, so like, I mean, a family plan is really not that bad for any of these things. I don't know if Netflix has a family plan, but they all should offer family plans because obviously most people want to share within because we all want to watch it and talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
So and for me, like personally, like if I was paying for a streaming service, I would probably get a family plan and share with my friend Kyle, my actual friends, right? Like my friends.
Yeah, like me.
And then I mean, if Chonch wanted to be more friends.
I want to watch Blackbird again.
Yeah, Blackbird's so good.
Blackbird's so good.
But I think like Apple TV has a lot of good stuff, and I know like people get upset because like, okay, well I don't have Apple TV or I don't have Hulu or I don't have this, and it's like,
yeah,
right, but you have to like strategically pick what you want because you know like I like the things coming from here.
That's the thing, is that like I've been thinking about like going back and like resubscribing to Max because I do want to watch the Penguin show because I hear really good things about it.
And you also have that option though too, is like,
Yeah.
you know, people are like, you know, I don't want to subscribe, and it's like, right, but only do it for a month. Then you have to remember to unsubscribe.
Yeah,
Like
that's
your
the thing.
job.
That's the thing. Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
I've been going on like the Disney Plus Hulu shit now because obviously I got really into Andor and I've been meaning to check out like some of the other like Disney stuff. Well, specifically
mhm.
the more of the Hulu stuff because like that's how I'm watching what we do in the shadows and Abbott Elementary and like some
Yeah, I
other
gotta watch that
movies.
Shadows thing, man.
Oh man. I was seeing that like yeah, Taika Waititi did like the first two seasons. Like he wrote the first two seasons, um, and yeah, that show's so good. Even the movie's really good too.
Um, I would also say, by the way, for people that want like the streaming services and feel like it's too expensive or this and that, um, Black Friday and Cyber Monday are great times to re-up on your services. Because I can't remember if it's Hulu or oh, Peacock is officially $20 for a year right now.
Oh Jesus.
Um, Hulu is 99 cents for like 5 months or something like that. And then there's another one. One of them is 99 cents per month for the year. So, I mean, $12 for a year is not bad.
Yeah.
$20 for Peacock for a year, not bad either. I think HBO has a deal. I think Disney and Hulu are mixed up together, so I think they might have a deal combined, obviously. And Paramount definitely has a deal. So, I mean, they're all dealed up right now. Apple TV is the only one I haven't seen a deal on.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget.
Um,
I think is Killers of the Flower Moon on?
yep,
Yeah.
Apple
Okay.
TV.
Yeah, because it was produced by Apple Studios.
Yeah, I haven't watched that either.
You should really watch it. I
Have
really
you seen it?
recommend it. Yeah, I went to go see it in the
Okay.
theaters. I went to go see it with my mom. It
Oh,
was
okay.
we had a whole
You
interesting
know,
conversation leaving the theater because I told my mom I was like, you know, that's all true, right? And she's like, really? I'm like, yeah, no, I read the book. Well, I listened to the audiobook, but like it basically explained like the differences between the movie and the book. But like most of the stuff that's in the movie was stuff from the book.
yeah.
So, and she's like, wow. I'm like, she was very surprised because like obviously she doesn't know that much about like American history.
Hmm.
But it's just like, no, yeah, there was a point where like American people were like straight up killing Native Americans for money because there was a point where like a specific area of the United States was like mostly just Native Americans, but they were incredibly rich because they lived on like oil areas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
America, man.
America.
Yeah, I remember starting the movie and it made me feel really uncomfortable. Like it was like 5 minutes of the movie made me feel uncomfortable, and I was like, I don't want to watch this right now.
Was it the
Maybe
natives
later.
dancing?
I think it was just the music
Oh,
and
okay.
like the overall. It had like an eeriness to it.
Yeah, I think that's the
I
perfect tone
wasn't
for
like
it.
scared. I was just like,
It's
I think
uncomfortable. Yeah.
the tone it was setting was like it was gonna get like weird, and I was like, I don't think I want to watch this right now.
It's crazy because it's like what the movie does, it's like you would think that like holy shit, like this can't be fucking real, but it's like no, life is incredibly stranger than fiction
Mhm.
because of like the events that happen and like the movie sets I feel like the tone is perfect because it's like it's supposed to make you uncomfortable because of the fact that like this shit really happened and there are people's whose like grandchildren or great grandchildren are still living being like they try to kill us. Like they
Mhm.
tried to kill us.
No, yeah, I just have to be in the right mindset
Yeah.
for like certain movies.
Yeah, because
Especially, it's the same thing as like if I'm angry or sad, I
yeah,
probably don't want to watch something
I
like funny.
I get that because it's like there because that movie ends on I wouldn't say on like a downer, but like it is kind of one of those things where it's just like, damn, bro, like we've like as a society have really fucked up. But I do
Mm.
get that mindset as well when it comes to certain like media that I want to like look at because there's this manga that I want to read called I think Oyosan Punpun something like that.
Mhm.
It but basically it's a manga about like this character that looks like a little bird and he's portrayed as a bird throughout like the course of like the series, but like what I've been hearing about this thing is that like it's incredibly depressing. And it's just like one of those like series that like you kind of have to be in a really good mindset because like it gets too fucking real sometimes.
Yeah,
But I'm very interested in checking that out whenever I feel good in the situation that I'm in. But no, I get that. I get that.
yeah. I forgot where we were.
Time Bandits, Apple TV
Was I
Plus.
still talking about Time Bandits? Okay.
A little bit, yeah.
Watch it, it's a good show. They'll never make anything more about it. Fucking eat a dick, Apple TV.
Damn, bro.
I watched Alien. A lot of it.
The first one?
No, I watched a lot of Alien, like, movies. There's a lot of movies.
Okay.
I watched a lot of movies.
I was gonna say,
movies.
okay. Which ones did you watch? Did you
So
watch
I've seen
the
Prometheus
best one
before?
3?
Covenant comes after Prometheus, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So
Timeline wise, yes.
I've either seen something about Prometheus before or I've watched it before and I just can't remember that I watched it. I had seen something on TikTok, how this always starts for me. And it was the clip on TikTok was they created us and then he kills the person in front of him. And I was like, oh, I want to watch this now. Because it's like a creator killing the humans. So like, what is this? Because it didn't have any aliens in it or facehuggers. And I was like, this is really cool. So I looked up Prometheus and it doesn't say alien in it. It doesn't say aliens. And I'm like, cool, Prometheus. Okay, cool. Different movie, not aliens. Got it. Going in, watching it. And then I see these fucking aliens and facehuggers spawning. And I'm like, it's a fucking alien movie.
It's aliens. That's kind of the point.
Right, but I didn't know it was Alien.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know it was a part of the series.
The universe.
It doesn't fucking say Alien on it.
I mean, if you haven't been paying close attention to Alien, then you would have known.
Yeah, but the movie, it's named Prometheus, you fucking assholes. Like, everything else in this universe says Alien on it.
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah. So fuck them. Anyways, so Prometheus is good. Even with, like, it being an Alien movie, I still think, like, the aliens are very, like, goofy. The facehugger's gross because I hate spiders.
But the C-section scene is the scene that, like, really, like, makes me uncomfortable.
It didn't bother me. That doesn't, see, again, like, spider things bother me. The cutting open stuff, I don't care about that.
Damn, bro.
I would be in pain if that happened to me.
Yeah, but I just, like, I'm just thinking that, like, she literally gets out of that thing right after, only to, like, go back outside with that pain in her abdomen.
Well, she used the painkiller things.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know how strong those are, but it seems
in the future times.
Yeah. Also, you got to remember, like, the adrenaline going through you. Like, if when it becomes survive or die, you survive. Or die. We're gonna have a conversation, by the way, after I talk about the second movie that I watched.
Covenant.
Wait, no, after I talk about the third movie that I watched.
Okay.
So Prometheus was good. I really liked the idea of them incorporating a fucking backstory. Holy shit, how cool is that? It's so cool that it's like these gods and this is our god, you know? They created us, they made us. Why did they make us? Why were they trying to kill us? Like, all these things.
I do agree with you on that, but my only thing is that, like, it kind of destroys the mystery of the first Alien movie. Of, like, okay, there's some weird shit on this planet. Who cares about that? There's a fucking alien aboard now. But I do still find that interesting of the fact that, like, okay, here are the creators, like you said, why are they trying to kill us? Even the perspective of David, where
what a fucking dickhead, bro.
Yeah, but that's also the thing. That's what I really find interesting is that, like, David's not like the perfect android. He has faults, but the reason why he's like that is because of his creator. His creator is willing to go through any means because it's Weyland fucking Yutani.
Yeah. Well, by the way, like, totally not a bad guy, Weyland. He just wants to live. He just wants to live. Like, I mean, he's an asshole.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that, like, not total bad guy, but still kind of a dickhead. Where he's just like, yeah, I mean, I want to live because I'm an old man.
I did love, though, that he was like, I just want to live. And then he's like, bring me to this thing. And then the thing's like, I'm going to kill you. Yeah.
I'm going to smash your head with your android. That was the funniest
also, like,
part.
really weird that it, like, wanted to kill them.
So that was the thing. So I guess with, like, Covenant, that's my problem with Covenant. Was that, like, they had a bunch of buildup from Prometheus that it wasn't necessarily, like, answered at all with Covenant. It just, like, basically glazed over that shove from the end of Prometheus.
Well, from what I understand, in Covenant, let me go through Prometheus real quick.
Yeah.
So they, you know, the whole thing that happens, David's a fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
And he gets his body ripped. Yeah, he gets his body ripped apart by the alien man.
I forget the Numi Rapace character.
Maker or something. They called them makers, or there's another word maybe.
I mean,
Creator.
yeah, the creator, but they're technically the jockeys from.
Oh, that's their actual name?
Well, that's what they were called originally, the jockeys.
I've never. Where'd you hear that though?
Well, that's it. This was like before Prometheus became like a thing, because there was like comics that it kind of tried to explain the lore of aliens. So specifically, when they called them jockeys, they were calling the big like suit that they were wearing when they were looking at the telescope, that kind of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, but I believe there is a specific name that you can call them, but I don't remember. Oh, engineers. That's what it is.
That's what it was. Engineer.
Engineers.
So the engineer dude, ripping him apart. I was like, hell yeah, super cool. And then I don't remember the main character's name. The chick,
shit, what is her name?
was
Sean
Shelby. So she, you know, she is like, I need to fix this. He's like, come get me or something, and I'll help you fix it or whatever. They crash into
Shaw.
Shaw.
Elizabeth Shaw.
Oh no, that's right. What's it called? Tennessee crashes into.
That's in the second movie.
Is that Covenant?
I believe so. Yeah, Tennessee is with Danny McBride. He plays Tennessee.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Prometheus, does she crash in? Somebody crashes into
Idris Elba crashed. Idris Elba.
Oh, it's Idris Elba. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So they crash in, break it, and then he's like, we can fly this thing out of here. Like, I can get you out of here.
Yeah.
And she's like, sure. So you go into the second movie, Covenant, and she's dead. Because she rebuilt the fucking robot.
Yeah, she rebuilt David, and David was like, I'm going full crazy.
But so here's the thing, right? Like, and I know it's because it's a movie and they wrote it and all that stuff, but like any rational person would have been like, don't rebuild David. Because David's gonna kill me.
Yeah, this is the thing with like Ridley Scott, because I believe Covenant and Prometheus were both written by Ridley. And like there's a lot of like, he's a very good director. A lot of his movies are very big and very like obviously very cinematic, but the writing in them can be like very flawed at times, which is like the weird part. It's like, I don't know, like there are some things that you can pick out from his movies being like, I don't know about that. And like Alien Covenant was like that other feeling of just like, I don't know why he went for that choice. I don't know if he actually wrote both Alien Covenant and Prometheus. I think he probably had a couple.
I think
he did. I would have to see.
Yeah.
But even then, like, those are the movies that I believe he is producer though. So that's also the weird part of just like, why would you let that be in the movie? Because like there was that, like I said, the whole build up at the end of Prometheus of like Shaw being like, we're gonna go to their planet now, and it's like, okay, cool. And then fucking Alien Covenant starts and David just fucking nukes all of them. And it's like, oh, well, there goes that. It's like, how the fuck did David get his body? All right. Anyways, but Walter's cool though.
Yeah, in Covenant, yeah.
Yeah, Walter's cool.
At the end, I saw Covenant before, but I rewatched it because I was like, "There's some things I don't remember." So
yeah, I did that like 2 months ago, where I was just like,
I remembered that David turned into what's his name,
Walter.
Yeah. And then he does a shush, and then she freaks out, and I was like, I fucking hate David so much.
Yeah.
And then I was mad that I never got to see the end of David because I wanted a third movie to see David get fucking killed or something.
I think they had something planned for that, but then it
got canceled. And then they did Romulus or whatever.
Romulus, yeah.
Which, to be fair, Romulus is technically a sequel. That's not a sequel because they get the alien from the
first one,
meteor.
Yeah, that's Alien 1, Alien.
What
so it goes Prometheus, Alien Covenant, Alien, Romulus, Alien 2, 3.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was Prometheus, Alien Covenant, then Romulus, because in the end of Covenant, they shoved the alien off the thing into the space, and then it gets trapped on the meteor, and then Romulus, they pick up the meteor.
No, in I think they show in the flashback of Romulus that like it's from the end of Alien 1, where Ripley was blasting that alien during her escape, and this alien was adrift and basically became a meteorite.
Hmm.
I believe Romulus is after Alien 1. But
I'm just looking it up real quick.
sure.
No, it's not. It's direct sequel to. Wait, no, it's not a direct sequel to Covenant. No, it's not. I know it's not a direct sequel, but it says it's considered an intraquel.
Yeah, because it's between Alien 1 and
the
2.
original Alien and Aliens films. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so that was confusing for me then because I had just watched Covenant and they shoved an alien out of the ship.
And you were like, where does Romulus take place?
Well, no, it would have made sense to me because I was like, oh, he's in space, so they pick up a space monster from space.
The only thing that I can think of now that like is a a continuity error is the technology in Aliens. Because in Prometheus, it's supposed to be a prequel, but like all the technology is like future shit.
Yeah,
and then
don't
like
say anything about Aliens or Alien, by the way, because I'm gonna go watch this.
Aliens.
Did you watch Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Predator, all that? I'm gonna go through and watch all this.
Oh my god, you're gonna watch Aliens versus Predator now?
I'm gonna watch it all. I did watch Alien versus Predator when it came out when I was a kid, because
all I remember is that Requiem's fucking like was too fucking dark to see what the fuck was happening.
I fucking hate movies like that, by the way. It's so hard for me to pay attention.
Aliens is good. Aliens is good. 3 is kind of weird, but 4 is kind of like you can take it or leave it.
Bro, Romulus, when they shoot the aliens and kill them, I'm like, cool, can we just buy more guns then? Because, like, you know. Also, like, can we stop making the lead character a fucking fragile white woman?
I mean, she's not fragile.
Every single one of them are.
Including Ripley.
I could grab every single one of those women and beat the shit out of them.
All right, you need to calm down.
No, I'm just saying, like, they're these small white women that, like, I don't know, man. Give some diversity to this motherfucker, dude. It's
get an Asian.
I have to go and watch again the other movies. I don't know the other ones, but
you should probably watch the other ones.
Ridley is the first one from Alien, no?
Ripley.
Whatever.
You hate women. Anyways.
I don't hate women.
Yes, you do. You coming out here being like, I'm gonna beat up some random white women.
I don't think I could beat the shit out of Ronda Rousey, bro. I think she'd beat me up.
Yeah, she was in Mortal Kombat. No, I mean, I like the fact that they are women characters. I do like the fact that I feel like the only contrivance is Shaw, and I think also the main character from Covenant. I think those are the two characters that I feel like are a little like hit or miss. The second one specifically, towards the end. Same thing with Shaw. Shaw at the end of Prometheus.
Shaw.
The lady from Prometheus.
Oh, okay. The main character?
Yes.
Okay.
That obviously that whole thing of her rebuilding David was the shit that is just like, why?
I was so sad that her husband died, man.
The second movie, yes. With Covenant, I felt bad that her husband, that James Franco died, but then that was
No. Prometheus, the husband in Prometheus died.
No, they both
as well.
Yeah, he died as well. But I mean, he died because David made him drink some alien water.
I know, but then maybe fucking. And then he got how'd she get pregnant with the baby? With alien
he got him? He got infected. And then it
moves that quick.
Yeah, it affected his sperm.
Oh, before we go and move around, hold on a second, real quick. We need to go over face huggers in each one of these goddamn movies having different timing of making birthing happen.
Yes, that's also a contrivance as well.
What a fucking annoyance! Because I was watching Romulus and she's like, I don't know, and then like it happened immediately or something, and then what was the one? Prometheus was the one where she cut it out. Yeah, right, bro. That shit would have been the fuck out of her already. Fuck you.
Well, I mean, the thing is that like there's differences because the one in Prometheus was, oh god, which one was the other face hugger? Was there another face hugger?
Well, she got impregnated.
She got impregnated, but she got impregnated by her husband being infected.
Right.
But that thing that came out of her was technically a face hugger.
Well,
because do you remember
it was a different? It didn't look like it though.
It didn't look like it, but it was supposed to be a face hugger because that's what infects the engineer at the end of the movie.
Right.
So that is technically supposed to be a face hugger. Like she's technically supposed to be the egg. While in the other ones, it's just the face hugger because that's what it is.
Right. And then Covenant introduces the idea that when they touch the plants, it gives them the infection.
Yeah, it gives them the mold or whatever.
Yeah. And then that shit kicks in really fast, by the way. Again, like these things are so quick. And
that's the thing is that like the lore with aliens gets really fucking muddled because it's like, wait, okay, so we got the black goo, but now you're telling us they're spores? Like, okay, does the black goo come from the spores? Like, I don't know. Did David put the spores?
Covenant, if you remember Covenant, they explained that David killed everyone on that planet.
Yes. That's basically the opening of the movie is David nuking that whole planet.
So everyone died. Yeah, I don't know if that fucked up the
planet
area.
Yeah, the ecology. Yeah. I mean that could be the case as well. But yeah, like it gets very muddled. Like I said, the alien shit.
It's cool though. I have been enjoying myself watching because it's just a scary.
But you just hate the white women.
It's not that I hate.
You wish that the main character was a big booty Latina. I get it.
I do wish there was booty Latinas. No, but like again, some diversity would be cool.
Yeah, it's usually white women. I do not disagree. Well, the problem is that the first 4 aliens was just Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
that's the problem, and then you have to kind of like follow that up of just be like, okay.
Well, that's also okay because like I understand when you have a main character. Also, she's not dead, which is super great, by the way. They were able to make a character last longer, because each one of these fucking women die. Which is super annoying because I'm like, cool, you can either keep me interested with the same character or please diversify it. I'm so tired of seeing the same character, just a new one.
Yeah, I that was the thing. I don't remember whether or not there was like actual reasons as to why Noomi Rapace couldn't come back for Covenant besides them killing off her character. I don't know whether or not it was like scheduling conflict or something like that in which they decided, okay, she's dead now. But yeah, like the more I start to think about it, like I said, but even then their character growth I find kind of interesting, specifically with Covenant. What the fuck is that character's name? Daniels, I think is her name. The other short-haired white woman. Where I kind of like her character change of just like, her being unsure because of her husband dying, James Franco, when he got burnt in the pod. That she's like, she doesn't know what to do. But then, like, throughout the course of the movie, she gets more of, like, more of an ability to survive and, like, think for herself. But, like I said, that movie has also its problems because it's just, like, how it ends and the shit with fucking David and that stupid nonsense. And also the part of the fact that everybody takes off their helmet on an alien planet, which that's also the other frustrating part. I don't know. Like, there's goofy shit.
When they took the helmet off, I was like,
why?
I was like, that's fine. It didn't throw me or anything. I was like, yeah, if you can breathe, it's fine. But once they found the goo, I was like, okay, helmet's back on.
But that's the thing, is that like it's a fucking alien planet. Like, who cares that it's like, okay, yeah, there's some like you can actually breathe. There's other shit in the air. It's like, why would you take it off?
Yeah, but I'm assuming that it would have told them if something was like a problem. I understand what you're saying. I understand what they're saying. It's just
you just need to beat up the white women. I
think I also would have just kept my fucking helmet on.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have taken it off. Like, why chance anything, right? But like, of course, the guy's like, no, what are we gonna get another chance? I don't know, when we stay alive and go to another planet.
When we go to the planet we're supposed to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit was just like
good movies. Not great.
But Romulus though?
I think I liked Prometheus the best at all these.
You like Prometheus? Yeah, because like you start to see the origin point of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
I think that's what grabbed me for sure.
Yeah, not necessarily the origin point, but like the stuff that happened beforehand, or like how do you get to that point?
Yeah.
I liked Romulus.
I will say I think the actors in Romulus were fucking great.
Andy is like the best.
Yeah, Andy is for sure the best.
That actor, whatever else he's in, I'm so interested in because of just like him able to flip a switch like that.
Yeah, I like
so good.
I like the protagonist. She
Rain.
was good.
Yeah.
Yes. I liked the brothers. They were also very good. And the other two women. I thought, like, again, like I just think the whole
Dora the Explorer and I forget the other.
Is one of them actually Dora the Explorer?
Yes, I believe she played Dora in the live action Dora movie.
Yeah, I think the whole thing was great.
No, yeah, Romulus is pretty good. This is the other thing that like really kind of like bothered me with Romulus was the android Bishop, the Bishop like android, the one that was CG'd faced. That was the only thing that was really distracting. So you couldn't
tell if he was, again, because I couldn't follow the storyline because I didn't see the other ones.
Yeah,
I was like, is that, what's his name? I thought it was the other guy, William or whatever.
It's David Walter.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I thought it was David.
No, it's supposed to be another android.
Right.
But that's kind of the thing. It kind of like spoils Alien a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Yeah, because it's Ian Holm, but like that, you saw what I meant as to like the distracting shit with the face.
Yeah, it looked terrible.
Yeah, it looked not good. Like that's the thing that
I thought it was meant to look bad though. That's why I was like, oh, okay, man.
It really was distracting. Like everything else about the movie looked great, and then like you get that android face, and I'm like, no, like this movie's supposed to be like what, fucking like 2 million more possibly.
Really?
But I think it's like the budget was like pretty high, but like that, I don't know why they brought back that character.
The ship looked really good.
Yeah, like no, like the set was like really good. Just the atmosphere was also like really good, and then obviously the ending monster is the other thing that was really good.
That thing was ugly.
That's kind of the point.
So stupid.
Because of the black
it's
goo.
A baby. It's a baby. It's an alien. It's a baby. It's an alien. Okay, cool.
Because of the goo. That's what the goo do to the baby.
So stupid.
I enjoyed that.
Fucking.
I like that they ramped up the monster because it's just like, okay, where do you go from Alien?
But it didn't look good. It was just dumb.
I was going to say it's practical monster.
Yeah, but I don't really particularly like Alien, the alien itself, but that thing was dumber than an alien.
I don't know. I liked it.
Personal opinion.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, well, your opinion's now.
I mean, hey, here we are.
What's it called? Yeah. Fine movie, whatever.
So you're planning on watching the rest?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the rest of them.
Aliens is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aliens is still pretty good.
I also watched a movie called Moon. Do you know this movie?
It's funny you mentioned that. That is part of my 2 weeks. I rewatched Moon.
Yeah, I think I accidentally found it because of Alien.
You're like, what's this? Is this an Alien prequel?
You know what the guy's name is that plays in that?
Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, fucking, I love that dude.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Good movie. I didn't understand what was going on, so I had to read something to explain what was going on. Because I didn't know that they were clones.
Oh, so you didn't get that part? It's weird because like I remember watching Moon like a while back, and I was just like, okay, I remember the twist of just like, oh, he's a clone, but I forgot that the movie basically shows that within like 10 minutes, just like, oh, this is a movie about him hanging out with his clone. Like that's what it is.
So I thought he was either dead or because the crash. So I was like, oh, maybe he's just dead, and this is like his final like thought
or it's like
process.
or some weird limbo shit that's happening.
Or I thought it was going crazy.
Yeah.
So which are two, I think, okay thoughts.
Mhm.
But I do like the idea that it's the clones.
Mhm.
That's kind of like that shit would make sense to
I
me if we didn't have AI.
Yeah, I mean, I really really like Moon. I really like what it does. Like I said, like I completely forgot that like no, the clone is there throughout the entire movie. Or
Mhm.
like the realization that like the clones exist is there within the entire movie. I thought like, oh, like the last 10 minutes, clones. And it's like, no, that's at the beginning of the movie. But I do like the fact that it is both Sam Rockwell like working off one another, being like, yeah, like we're not going home at any point. It's like
Mhm.
there is no home for us. It's a very like sad movie, but
So wait, is the one that takes the escape route,
that's
is
the
he
that's
still a clone?
that's the new clone. Yeah,
All right, so none of them are originals; they're all clones.
they're all clones.
Okay.
The original is back home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like, do you remember that scene where like he tries to call the house, and
Mhm.
like the girl picks up, and the girl's like, "Dad," and basically it's Sam Rockwell being like, "Yeah, what is it?" Yeah, no, he's back home. It's been like years.
Gotcha. Um, yeah, he's a great actor. I
Yeah,
think he did really
Sam
good
Rockwell is like
all by
solid.
himself, basically.
Yeah, Sam Rockwell is like really solid in like everything that he's in.
Yeah.
The sad part as well is that like Kevin Spacey I like as the robot, but I mean Kevin Spacey.
It's funny because I didn't know it was Kevin Spacey until later.
Yeah.
I was like listening. I was like, oh, this robot voice is pretty good, and I saw it was Kevin Spacey. And I was like, maybe it's not so good.
Maybe he abused a bunch of boys. I don't know. This robot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Moon I genuinely like really really like. I really like Moon. Surprisingly written and directed by well actually directed by David Bowie's son.
David Bowie.
His son.
David Bowie did it.
David Bowie's son did it.
I can't believe David Bowie's still alive doing things like this. It's so cool.
Yeah, and his son. Yep. But this is the weird part because like I don't know if you know this, but there is technically a pseudo sequel to Moon. It's called Mute.
Okay.
I watched Mute. It's not that good.
What do you mean by pseudo sequel?
It's supposed to take place in the world of Moon, back on Earth.
Is he making? Did the same writer do it?
It's the same director, but it's written by the director. It's not the same writer as Moon.
Okay.
So that's
But
the
is
only
it still
difference.
David Bowie's son?
Yeah, it's still David Bowie's son. Apparently,
Okay.
they're planning on making a third movie because I think it's supposed to be based on like a novella or a comic book series, something like that. But it's supposed to take place around like the world of Moon.
Well, if it has engineers in it, and then they cancel the next film,
And then they make a giant alien baby, then you would hate it. And you'd be like, that's so dumb. That's so dumb, Moon. Moon dumb.
Moon dumb.
Moon dumb.
I'm mute because Moon dumb.
Because Moon dumb.
It's called Mute.
It's called Mute. I think
Where can I watch it?
It's on Netflix. It was
Okay.
it's that I remember this like being revealed that like, oh, here's like based in the world of Moon, and I'm like, what? And it's like one of the Skarsgård brothers, the older one, and Paul Rudd is in it, and I'm like,
Oh, really?
really? And then I watched it, and I'm like, oh, it's not a good movie. It's not.
Watch me watch it and be like, this is fantastic.
And you're like, Moon cannot compare to Mute. Mute is top tier. Mute
Rockwell
goated.
boy is way too cool, man. He's such a. I can't remember the other things he was in, but he was in a lot of good stuff.
Rockwell, I mean, Jojo Rabbit, The Green Mile.
Yep, Jojo Rabbit's so good.
Yeah, he was
I've never watched a Green Mile.
One of the
It's on my
SS
list.
Green Mile. Oh my god, I love the Green Mile. Green Mile is like one of those movies that fucking tears my heart out.
That's old, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Michael Clark Duncan and Tom Hanks.
Oh, I wasn't allowed to watch it back in the day because apparently it had too much violence or something.
It's it's very graphic in like some of the instances, like specifically the crimes that Michael Clark Duncan is in there for. But
Mhm.
but genuinely, it is like it's a movie that like the ending always fucking tears my heart out. Like it's just
Wasn't Rockwell in like Never Been Kissed or something?
I don't know. Possibly.
I think no, that's a different guy.
No, I always get Rockwell confused with Edward Norton.
No, I'm not thinking of Norton.
Of Norton?
I'm gonna look at what his name is. What Rockwell? First name?
Sam Rockwell.
Yeah. I fucking love this dude so much. He's so cool.
No, he's good. I have yet to watch 3 Billboards. I think it has like Frances McDormand and Sam Rockwell in it. And I hear that movie is like genuinely really good because Sam Rockwell is like a cop, but he's not like a pretty, he's not a good cop. Like he's actually kind of a doofus. But the whole movie's thing is that like this lady keeps harassing the police by putting up billboards outside, basically saying that the police is not doing anything about her daughter's murder or her daughter's death. So basically, it's a movie between like, I believe Frances McDormand and him. I believe it's Frances McDormand. I have to see.
Oh, he was in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes, that too. Three Billboards. Is it? Yes, it's Frances McDormand. Okay. Oh, Woody Harrelson.
Oh, dude, he was in Charlie's Angels, Galaxy Quest. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot he's in Galaxy Quest. I think he's Guy. He's just called Guy.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sigourney Weaver's in there.
His things right now.
Yeah.
Law and Order, I've seen him on.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
He was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I think he was, yeah. The Michael Bay one.
What? No, this is the 90 movie.
He was in the 90s one?
He just played a head thug.
Oh, okay.
He might have been in like costume.
Yeah, probably.
That's a pleasure. He was in the Equalizer. All right. Well, yeah.
So Moon?
Yeah, I liked Moon. I actually only watched it because I saw him in the trailer.
No, I bought that movie because I remember watching it like a while ago, and I was like, I should get this movie on 4K because it's like really good. And then I rewatched it like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, damn, this is a good movie.
Oh right, he plays Justin Hammer in Iron Man 2.
Yeah, there you go.
He's the bad guy. Yeah, holy shit.
Sam Rockwell.
Very cool guy. Very happy he did cool things.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Cool.
Yeah, he's very cool.
He deserves much happiness and good things for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it for movies, man.
Yeah, bro.
I think personally, like I know we talk here and there about these things, but like this is probably the first time I've had a really fun time with some movies in a while.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you want some chunk recommendations, you could just ask, but I know you won't.
You can always message me, man. You know, you can always just send me some stuff.
Yeah, and then I'm like, hey, did you watch that? You're like, yeah, I got to the first half and I didn't watch it. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like,
sometimes it happens, man.
And then,
I watched Arcane.
Oh, season 2. I started watching Arcane. I have not finished it though.
All right, I'm not going to give any
spoilers,
but I will just say it was good, and season 2 is way better.
Yeah,
than the first season.
That's what I keep hearing. Season 2 is like genuinely like really fucking good.
But the only reason season 2 is better is because it gives the conflict.
Okay, I mean, I only got to like a little bit of episode 2, but I like what it's doing of like the weird magic shit. Like I can dig it. I really like it.
You watched season 1 already?
No. I only watched the first 2 episodes. Well, the first episode only. I only got to like the second episode like a little bit.
Okay.
But I do like that intro for the first episode where like it's like basically, you know, war-torn area and like these little girls are walking past and they see their mom dead and it's just like, damn, okay, that's tone setter right there. But the thing that I got ruined on is the fucking intro. I got ruined with that fucking intro because it was all over social media and it's just like, oh, my enemy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Yeah, I was like, oh my god. I can't listen to it. I can't listen to it.
Yeah. It definitely gets annoying after a while.
It gets really annoying.
Still,
I don't know. I don't.
Imagine Dragons was a great pick for that though.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really listen to Imagine Dragons, so can't say.
Show change music.
But no, but all I know is that everyone wants to be my enemy. Yeah. But yeah, I did like that first episode. I do like just the characters. I'm very interested to see where it goes. I know the fact that obviously one of them is Jinx, and why Jinx becomes the Joker essentially. We'll see. We'll see. I will get to that point and be like, oh, okay, she's not the Joker. She's the Riddler.
When you watch it, you might be able to make the comparison. I don't think it compares that well.
But I'm very interested to see where it goes. But I'll get there when I get there. But it's good to hear.
Where does he get all of his wonderful toys?
Where does Jinx is Jinx Harley Quinn? Is Jinx Clayface?
Jinx will Harley your Quinn, yes.
Oh no.
So my brother's watching it, and he does not play League of Legends. So he tried at some point, and he was like,
I remember I downloaded it, and I was like, no.
Yeah. He played it, and he was like, well, the city they're in isn't in the game, so like, how do you know about the city? And I was like, right, so there's backstory for the characters you can read. That's how you know. And he's like, yeah, but there's no pictures. And I was like, no, there's pictures. They've depicted it before. It just is like that's that. It's like 3 pictures of the city and then a story. That's it. And he's like, oh, okay. So he's like, the game would be more interesting if you could like visit these cities. I'm like, they made other games. There's other games that like you can go play. It might not be your style that you want to play.
But where's Jinx though?
Ones. Huh?
But where's Jinx though?
Oh, they'll come out with a Jinx game, I'm sure. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, she looks cool in 2XKO. So yeah. That's the only thing I got. They have like a cool figure of her where I'm like, that's a cool looking figure. Yeah, I'll send you the link to the figure, but like that looks pretty good.
Season 2 is good. They ended it. They told us, so we're not getting another season of Arcane, which is very misleading, by the way, because we are getting.
Oh, it's sold out. Sorry.
We are getting 3 more stories, officially, and it is going to be the tale of Noxus, the tale of. Oh man, what is it called? The one where Lux is from? I don't know what the place is called. Demacia. So we're gonna get stories for Noxus, Demacia, and the third one is Ionia, I believe. And Ionia is the very like magic, but like earth magic, nature magic type of stuff. So like a person from that area is a magic chameleon that talks and is a human chameleon hybrid type thing. And there's like Yasuo, I think, comes from Ionia. I can't remember. Aurelia. These are humans that are like ninja type people. So
yeah, I think
it's a mixture of cool stuff.
I've seen Yasuo in 2XKO. Cool samurai man.
It's good because a lot of people love Lux, who is from Demacia, and another man named Garen and someone else named Silas. These are very big character names to bring in. And with Noxus, you get people like Darius and all the very mean and evil people. So people are rumoring that Noxus is the next story to come. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see, what do we get, another 2 seasons? What are they going to call it? Because Arcane is, Arcane has... I didn't know Arcane was at all to do with any of this shit. Like, as far as like really the Arcane itself is like the magic that you're getting, right?
Yeah.
So interesting. I don't know. We knew about Hextech though. Like that word was already used in the game before, so
I just sent you the link to the figure.
Gotcha. It'll be interesting to see how they tie everything in, because it's gonna tie in because the characters are mixed with each other. So
yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll probably finish the first season at some point.
$300? I don't think so. Just look at a toy.
I mean, it's a big Jinx.
I don't want that in my room.
I mean,
I don't want that in my hallway.
I don't want that in my display case.
Yeah, I don't have a display case.
Damn, bro. You should get one for all your
If I did, I would display these nuts in it.
Funko Pops.
Yeah, season 2 is cool, man.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. That's all I watched.
Damn, bro. Is
I
it
played
time?
games.
Oh, what did you play?
League.
That's it? Okay.
No, I tried Stalker 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that's on Game Pass, right?
Yeah, not a fan. Mostly because it runs poorly on my machine.
Yeah, so that's what I've been hearing is that like it's not well optimized, but I mean it is.
Oh, everyone else has been having issues too?
Yeah, everyone else is having a bad time with it.
You want to know how I made it work? Well,
How?
I dropped it to 720.
Yeah.
And it worked completely fine. And then I was like, but I can't see.
Because the resolution is like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like in the middle of my fucking screen. Yeah, I was like, nah, I'm good. I tried Alien Dark Descent. Or
yeah, I bought that.
Dark Descent.
I should really play that.
I do not like it.
Yeah, I hear it's very dependent on like whether or not you actually
the way
dig
like it's isometric and you have to like make your character hide a lot of the time and fight aliens. Anyway, it's not terrible, but I don't think I'm gonna play more of it.
Yeah.
I've been playing South Park: The Fractured Butthole. Very good. I think I'm halfway through that. Still working my way through that. Spyro the Trilogy. I've been starting that up again. Call of Duty Black Ops is terrible. I don't know why I play it.
Damn, bro, you really love the blops.
So bad. And I bought Munchkins on Steam. I love Munchkins.
Munchkins?
But I haven't played it yet. And
I was saying, fucking Steam sales happening.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy a key to the beta or alpha for Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
That's all you got?
Yep. League of Legends is a good. You should play it.
Probably won't.
Should play it.
I probably just watch Arcane and be like, okay, that's fine. And buy
that
$300 Jinx figure.
Oh, there's a $300 Jinx skin coming out too.
Oh god.
Yeah, they got a bunch of gotcha ones. This is for the audience though, dude. Like, you guys should play League of Legends.
No, don't play it.
Do it.
Only play fighting games.
No, Jones needs friends, please.
All right. Anything else, or that really is everything? All right. I watched movies.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hey man, I watched Moon. Yeah, so we talked about Moon for a little bit. I finished watching the movie Rabid, the David Cronenberg movie. It was interesting. Yeah, it's not a bad movie, but it's like it is a very like slow moving movie, surprisingly. Basically it's a woman that's turning people rabid. Yeah, I would say it's all right. But the movie I have to fucking talk about, bro, I don't know how the fuck I went in my life living without watching Perfect Blue. Do you know Perfect Blue?
No.
It's an anime movie. It is directed by Satoshi Kon. He worked on Paprika and he's a very well-known like anime movie director. Unfortunately he died like pretty young.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I want to say probably around his 30s. But everything that he's done is like fucking banger. I think even like Paprika was like an inspiration for Christopher Nolan's Inception, because like they do like weird dream shit where it's just like, oh yeah, you can see like Nolan kind of like taking some inspiration from that. But Perfect Blue, I don't know how the fuck I went without watching this movie and like not like even considering on what it is. It is genuinely really fucking good, and I think I have to place it in like one of like my top movies because it's just like what it does in a direction standpoint, in a storytelling standpoint, and even like how you feel at the end of it. It's just like, it's so fucking good. Basically, the premise is that you're following this Japanese pop idol, and that she is basically retiring from music to pursue a career in acting. But then she starts to realize that, like, oh, I think I might have a stalker. And then the movie kind of just goes from there. But the second act of the movie is where I'm like, peak cinema. Like, I was just like, peak. It's so good. It's so good, the storytelling. And even the moments within the movie where it tries to like play with the audience, of just like, are you sure you know what's going on, audience member, guy watching the movie? And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm in for it. I can dig it. And yeah, genuinely, I think it's one of like, I would have to like rank it in like one of my top movies of just like, of anything I've seen in forever. And this movie came out in like 90 something, and I'm just like, it's so fucking good. I highly recommend Perfect Blue. Yeah, I was not expecting, and even like the reveal at the end of like what the fuck is happening, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, after Perfect Blue, hey, I rewatched District 9.
Oh shit.
It still holds up. It still holds up. The only thing I would have to say is that your main character, Vicus, fucking dickhead. He's fucking he's a dickhead of a fucking protagonist. But I do like the fact that like he is not like a true good guy, because his means of like getting himself better is mostly selfish. Do you remember the whole premise of District 9?
Is there aliens?
It's aliens. Basically, I did like that concept of just like, how would we treat aliens stuck on Earth? Like actual illegal aliens.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that it takes place in Johannesburg, Africa. So I was like, okay, that's cool to see. It's a completely different location, compared to like the major cities of New York or London, or big metropolitan areas. I mean, Johannesburg is a big metropolitan area, but like still in a completely different setting that I feel like a lot of people wouldn't know, besides Neil Blomkamp, because he is South African.
Afrikaans.
Well, he's Afrikaans. But basically, besides that, because like that's more of like the background stuff that's happening. The real premise is that your main character guy Vicus got infected with something, and he's slowly becoming a prawn. And basically he's trying to figure out on a way to like reverse the effects. And yeah, it's just like that. That's like the whole thing.
It's basically Alien Covenant got it.
Yeah, and he turns into giant baby alien engineer monster thing.
That's Romulus, bitch.
Anyways. But I do like the fact that Vicus is not like the conventional protagonist that you follow within those movies. Like, he is a dickhead at times. And even then, when at the beginning of the movie where like he's going to different houses to like make them sign contracts, he's still a dickhead. Like he treats the aliens lesser than him at times. Yeah. Even the little baby aliens, he's just like, nah, like these little shits, get the fuck out of the way. You're multiplying too fast.
The racism is heavy.
Yeah, the xenophobia is very heavy. But his progression in becoming a better person is kind of interesting, because it's like it's still coming from a selfish standpoint, but he's not that completely heartless, because there's a moment where like the alien that he's working with is about to get executed, and he goes to save him because he's like, I can't just let him die. Like, I just can't let him be executed. So he does have a bit of character growth, but like, it's interesting that they never did a sequel. But I feel like how the movie ends in just like a perfect note, because I don't know why I like movies that leave an interpretation that's just like, what do you think happens at the end? Like, does Vicus get his happy ending? But overall, District 9 is still, the CGIs for the prawns really holds up. There's some little moments where like the CGI doesn't hold up. There's one scene where a guy his head gets like blown up, but it looks kind of goofy. But the prawns themselves, like, they still look really good. Yeah, I forgot that Peter Jackson is the one that produced it.
I haven't heard that in a while.
Peter Jackson. Yeah, District 9, still good. I would recommend a rewatch. But what I watched, yo man, you ever watched the original The Ring or the original The Grudge? So I watched the original Japanese The Ring or Ringu.
I don't know about that. I don't think I watched serious Japanese things.
Okay, so I watched Ringu. It's weird because like the makeup to make them white-faced ghosts can be very goofy, especially in a higher picture quality because you could see like the makeup dust. But overall, like the tone and like the vibe of the movies are very creepy. Like I would have to say The Grudge gets like the vibe really well. I would say even The Ring does it pretty well of like what it's trying to convey, of the fact that like in The Ring specifically, like this is more of a disease, which I try to remember like the original, well, not the original, but I try to remember the American version of like what the fuck he was trying to do in that. I barely remember anything from the American Ring movie. But yeah, the thing is that the movie is trying to portray that this curse that's happening on the VHS is basically like an infectious disease and that you need to continue to spread it. I didn't know as well that Hiroyuki Sanada is in it. He's a very well-known Japanese actor. He was in John Wick. He was the Japanese guy in John Wick 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's in there and he's very good. But the stuff that's happening in The Ring is like one of those things where you kind of have to like go along with like what the story is trying to like portray and like the weird supernatural shit, because it's kind of like explained that Hiroyuki Sanada has like kind of like ESP in a way. He was born that way, that he just has the ability to feel like spirits and shit like that. Like, you know, when he first watches the VHS tape, he's like, yeah, that shit's cursed, but I feel like we could probably do something about that. But the reveal of like, okay, what the fuck is the thing that's coming out of the videotape? And it's Sadako. And like the reveal with Sadako is that like she's also a girl that has ESP, but it's kind of also a reveal that her mother had like psychic abilities, but she had no husband or nobody. The speculation is that like how she had Sadako was through immaculate conception, where they believe that Sadako was born of like a sea god of sorts. And they just believe that she's just evil throughout the course of the movie. But yeah, I do like the atmosphere of the original The Ring. And the reveal of like, where the fuck is Sadako buried? Oh, she's underneath this fucking like hotel or like this cabin, and it's just like, oh, okay, that's dumb and goofy. But the ending is very dark, which I was surprised to see of like, okay, your main character that you're following, I forget her name, but she's I forget the lady's name, but it is a female protagonist. I guess spoilers for the ending of The Ring, but she finds out that, oh, I didn't die for some reason. Why is that? Oh, it's because my husband Hiroyuki Sanada watched a copy of the tape, not the original tape. So the copy is still spreading the curse. So what can I do? Because my son watched the copy, I have to spread it to somebody else in order for them to get the curse. And basically her ending is like, I'm gonna go to my dad's house because he's like fucking 70 years old, and I'm gonna make my dad watch the movie so my son can live. And it's like, that's really dark. But I was surprised to see that like the movie has sequels. So there's a movie called Spiral, and then there's The Ring 2. So I'm like, huh, what? I never heard of Spiral. So then I was looking up on Wikipedia that like, oh yeah, Spiral, well, The Ring is actually based on a book. It was adapted to movies, and then when the movie came out, the sequel was called, the sequel to the book was called Spiral. So the movie Spiral is basically based on the book. But the problem is that like the movie did not do well at all, to the point where they just basically retconned Spiral, and now Ring 2 came out afterwards and was just like, this is the actual sequel. Don't worry about that other thing that we made. This is the real sequel.
Did you watch it?
I did not. I did not. Unfortunately, I watched it all on the Criterion channel, and unfortunately the Ring 2 is not on the Criterion channel, only Ring 1. Weirdly enough,
Did you watch Spiral?
Oh, I didn't watch Spiral, but weirdly, like I was say, weirdly enough, on Amazon there is the collection of the Ring movies, the original Japanese ones, and Spiral is included.
Okay.
But it's like $58, so I have to I have to decide whether or not I'm.
Oh, it's paid for. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
it was just streaming.
No. Like there is a collection made by Arrow Video. They did the collection for their Japanese versions, but yeah, so I do want to watch Ring 2, and I'm very curious about Spiral as to like where it went bad. But surprisingly enough, Hiroyuki Sanada came back. Like the original cast members came back for Spiral and the Ring 2. So I'm very curious to see how that goes. But after I finished watching The Ring, I was like, let me watch The Grudge. So The Grudge is such a weird rabbit hole to go down into, because of the fact that The Grudge is technically based on a sequel. Well, it technically is a sequel. Because the director did short films that they were, so the series is called Ju-on. Just overall, that's the series. So he made shorts previously called Ju-on the Curse, and then Ju-on the Curse 2. And then after that, he did Ju-on the Grudge, which is supposed to be the follow-up to The Curse. So I was like, huh, this is very weird, but like the shorts are kind of like hard to find, unless I guess maybe they're possibly in a collection of the Grudge movies. But then I started to go down a rabbit hole where like, wow, they just continued making Grudge like media like for the longest while. Even to the point where I found out that, oh shit, the Japanese director of The Grudge made the American version of The Grudge. Where I was just like, what? And then he also did the sequel for the American version. And then I found out that there's the American reboot of The Grudge, where I was just like, when the fuck did this come out? And I was just like, I was like bombarded with the Grudge shit. And I also found out that apparently Sadako and Kayako, the Grudge ghost, fight one another in a movie. So Sadako from The Ring fights the Grudge, and it's like, yeah, that's Japan, that's Japan cross media. But I watched The Grudge 1 and I watched The Grudge 2. The Grudge 1, well, both Grudges are pretty interesting, but like it's one of those things where I feel like it is a very nihilistic, they're both very nihilistic movies where they end in like kind of a weird, like you're gonna feel bad kind of way, where in The Grudge 1, well, both movies, their stories are kind of told non-linear, so you're following back and forth between different characters who are affected by the curse, essentially, and that how the curse is affecting them, and basically how the rules of the curse, how they work, is that once you step into the house that's cursed, the curse is going to follow you wherever you go. And it's very weird on how it ends, specifically for the main character, because I guess also spoilers, is that when the curse gets her, she basically is converted back to Kayako, who is the lady who got murdered in the house. That's the hell that she has to live repeatedly, of Kayako getting murdered. And it's just like, that's really dark. And then the end of the movie just ends with the streets of Japan being empty, and I guess the whole idea is that the curse basically spread to the rest of Japan, and it's just like, huh, that's very interesting and weird. But then you have the Curse 2, where you're following your new main character, who is this actress lady, who goes into the house because she does like this whole little like documentary series, because like basically the whole thing that happened in the house was this lady got murdered by her husband. The husband murdered his son and the cat, and eventually the husband died like through a heart attack after leaving the house. So that's why if you watch The Grudge, that's why the little boy has like the weird cat noises. That's why he goes meow, because basically his soul and the cat like merged. And then the whole thing with Kayako is like the reason why she goes like she does her gurgling stuff is because that's her gurgling, like her gurgling dying noises. Right. But the second movie gets really fucking weird and interesting, where it's revealed that like the actress lady is pregnant, and after she steps into the house, basically Kayako is trying to like be reborn through the lady's baby. And that's, I guess, spoilers as well. That's how the second movie ends, is that like Kayako is birthed into the world again to spread evil. And yeah, it's interesting, but it's also kind of goofy. Yeah, The Grudge is like atmospherically, it is done very well, because it's just like these ghosts are fucked up and weird. And then also with the first movie, it does that interesting thing with that I like about like ghost shit, that like ghosts don't really have like a perception of time. So like people are interacting with stuff from the future and then also in the past, and the past and the future kind of like merge at a point, and it's just like it gets weird. It was just like, okay, I don't know where I'm at. I think I'm in the ghost world or some shit like that. Which I remember that Netflix had a Ju-on thing called Ju-on The Origins, I think it was called. And basically it was episodic of like you're following different characters and like their experiences with the cursed house and like what happens to them. And like that kind of ended in a weird note from what I remember, but it was all right, like I said, atmospherically. So yeah, those are interesting Japanese horror movies, I would have to say, you know, if you go back to the classics. Funny enough, you know, I was looking at it and it's just like those were kind of technically like the renaissance of like new age Japanese horrors or Japanese horror classics. Like that was the interesting part about revisiting those movies, of just like, you know, Japanese.
I mean, even for us, it kind of like changed some of the scary stuff at the time.
Yeah, because it's like it does so well of like, okay, here's creepy ghost shit. This can translate to like other places in the world. A girl coming out of fucking videotape, that's fucking creepy. Why wouldn't that work anywhere else? Which I also remembered, the writer of The Ring also did Dark Water. If you remember that. That was a movie with like I think Jennifer Connelly. There was an American version, but there is a Japanese movie beforehand. So like a lot of Japanese stuff went, you know, to the States. The Ring, The Grudge, Dark Water, like that all like transferred to America. But like I said, overall the atmosphere in those movies are done really well because it is very creepy. And speaking about creepy, hey man, so Ghostface came out from Mortal Kombat 1, and I was like, you know, I never watched any of the Scream movies. Are they good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Scream 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're fun.
Scream 1 is genuinely really fucking good. Scream 1, I really like the fact that like it's really, well, even with Scream 1 and 2, like they play on the fact that like it is, because this is the thing that you hear about these movies, that like, oh, they're meta, like these are meta horror movies. And I'm like, what does that mean in general? And it's like, okay, it's self-aware on like what it is. And I do like the fact that like throughout the course of the movie, they start referencing other movies or other horror movies and being like, well, these are the rules of the horror movies, or like, this is how horror movies are supposed to be, or like how they're supposed to work out. And it's very funny that like Scream is a meta commentary on horror movies, but as also kind of a deconstruction of horror movies because of the fact that like your main character, you know, her being the final girl, she is very capable. Like she fucking like flips and fucking decks fucking Ghostface every goddamn moment. Sydney. And
Yeah.
like I was like throughout the course of watching the movie, I'm like, did she take like self-defense classes? Like I don't know if she did or not, but like she's very capable. But it's also the goofy thing about Ghostface as well, is that like he's supposed to be scary and creepy, but he's just a buffoon every time he chases after a girl. He's clumsy. Like he doesn't get her directly up until the end, obviously. But it's like the initial, like him like chasing after them, he like trips over shit or like falls over or like gets hit in the face. But
you also learn why, you know?
Yeah, because like, you know, they're regular people, but like still like it's that like deconstruction of like horror movies of just like, you know, Freddy Krueger's always taunting people and like he's always able to get them. The reason why he doesn't kill them off properly is because he always like tries to like play with his food essentially. While with Ghostface, like I said, you know, them being normal people, it's like, yeah, they're going to be clumsy, they're going to be idiots. Even with Michael Myers, you know, he's stalking Laurie, but like, you know, he eventually gets the people that he wants to get.
I like that, by the way, in the game that they make it the two guys that you can use.
Oh yeah, Stu and Billy. Yeah, I like that. I really like the references because I was like, I wouldn't have gotten this if I never watched the movies.
Yeah.
But it's great. I do like the fact that like, what is his motive at the end of the first movie? Billy and Stu, oh, they're just crazy psychopaths. Like Billy has a reason because he's like, well, Sydney, it's because your mom's a whore and she made my mom leave because my dad was fucking your mom. And and then Stu's like, really? Okay, I guess that's your motive. He's like, I'm just here to have fun. And then their grand plan is just like, we're gonna make this look like a crime scene, and like we're gonna make it look like I forget, like somebody else did it. And he's like, all right, Stu, stab me. And like Stu's like, all right, Billy, you stab me more, bro. And then it gets goofy because Sydney eventually escapes, and these two idiots are bleeding out, and then Stu is just like, Billy, you stabbed me too hard. I'm bleeding too fast. And like these fucking morons. Like I really like I said, I really like the deconstruction of this shit of just like their master plan is going to shit because they're just psychopathic idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, genuinely, I really like the first movie. I think the first movie is like a lot of fun, especially if you like horror movies or movies in general. But it feels like, I don't know, it feels like the writer has like some kind of like vendetta against like certain movies because he also like does some name calling of like certain actors and actresses and like certain movies that like he says are shit. So it feels like kind of like, you know, fuck you to those movies. But overall, like the first movie is really, really enjoyable. I do like the little thing that they do at the beginning of the movie where I think it's Drew Barrymore, where she's on the phone with Ghostface and he's like, okay, let's take the quiz. Who was the killer in Friday the 13th? And she's like, Jason. And he's like, that's wrong. It was Mrs. Voorhees. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you've seen the Friday the 13th movies, that's the truth. It's Mrs. Voorhees in the first movie, right. And then becomes Jason in part 2.
Fucking Mrs. Voorhees.
Mrs. Voorhees. And then they make that reference again. And then it's like, oh, Scream 2. Here comes Scream 2. Where they jab at the fact that, like, you know, why do horror movies or movies in general have to have a sequel? Like, they should just leave it at 1. Or like, what are good sequels and this and that? Like, they, you know, poke at like the fact that you're watching a sequel. That it's still fun, and then the reveal at the end is also very fun. And right now I was kind of like in the middle of watching Scream 3, but then I got really curious because I know the fact that the movies get up until 6. So I'm like, does it become self-parody at that point? Where it's just like, it's aware that like the franchise is going on for way too fucking long because of it being meta. So I'm very curious to see the rest of the movies, the rest of the Scream movies. And I also forgot that MTV had a TV series. Do you remember this?
What?
Wow. I
Say
can't
it again?
believe. Did you remember that MTV had a Screams TV series?
No, I don't.
So I was looking when I was watching the Scream movies, I got a recommended being like, "Oh, do you want to buy the TV series?" And I'm like, "Wait, they made a TV series?" And it's like, "Oh, the mask isn't the same." And then I remembered, "Oh, they couldn't get the rights to the mask." So they changed the mask completely. But I don't know whether or not that TV series is also self-aware about the mask. Just like, oh, it's like an off-brand mask. But I completely forgot that they had a TV series.
I didn't care about Scream back then, so I probably didn't know that happened.
Yeah, I didn't either. So, but now watching it, I was just like, it's good. Like the first two movies are good. I'm very interested in the third, and then I'm very interested to see the other movies 4, 5, and 6. But that's what I'm saying is that like I'm very curious whether or not they're self-aware that like the series is going on for a while.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'll give an update of the Scream movies. Then I watched some shit on Hulu. I watched Smile,
The first one or second one?
first one.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. I like the reveal of the monster being this weird, gross, teethy thing. But overall, I liked it for the most part. I did like the fact that it was playing mind tricks with the main character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been done before.
yeah. But I do like some of the stuff that it was doing, of just like not necessarily gaslighting, but like the whole premise of like your main character has a history of like mental illness, and that everyone around her is just like, I think it might be the mental illness affecting you. Like maybe you should go see a doctor or something. And she's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not fucking crazy. But it's like, yeah, but your mom died, and people thought that she wasn't crazy, and it's just like,
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, if anyone told you the same thing, you probably wouldn't believe them.
yeah,
It's very, like, understandable, like, to put somebody into, like, a mental, like, you know, to say that they're mentally, like, fucked up.
yeah,
If something like that's happening, you know? Like, oh, maybe needs a counselor, maybe need help, or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Because you would think that it's not real. So it makes sense to me. But do be sucking.
Yeah. But no, I liked like the whole weird shit. But it was, I think that's why I didn't watch this movie up until now, is because it was very similar to It Follows.
I never watched that.
It Follows basically has the same principle of like this thing. It basically has to be spread to another person, and the other person is being like hunted down by this entity. So it basically had the same premise of It Follows. The only difference is that like it's a a creature that's playing with your mind and making you think things, and it makes you smile before you die.
Fucking smile, you idiot.
Smile. It Follows more about like, I think its idea was that like it's more about like STDs. I would recommend It Follows. It's very good.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm very curious to see Smile 2 whenever that shows up. But yeah, I enjoyed.
I don't think I'll watch the second one.
I'm interested. But that's just me. But a movie that I fucking love and I love revisiting is Cronenberg's The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. God damn, what a good movie. Hey man, if you got Hulu, The Fly's on there. I highly recommend it.
I don't know.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. That's all I can say.
How old is it?
It's 1980 something? 87, I think. '86. Jeff Goldblum's in there. He's great. Gina Davis is also in it. She's also really good in it. But everything about that movie, the practical effects, just like the story itself is so fucking good. I really love The Fly. Will wait for a 4K release of that movie to see everything in true high definition. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I really like The Fly. Another movie I watched is a movie called Cobweb. It stars Anthony Starr and Lizzie Kaplan, I think is her name. I heard some things about this movie where I was just like, huh, it seems kind of in my wheelhouse. And it's very interesting. But there are some things when you really think about it where it's like, nah, the characters in this movie made really bad mistakes that could have been avoided if they just talked. But essentially the whole premise is that this family, you're following this little boy, this little 8-year-old boy who is bullied at school, and basically he is very secluded. So the only people he talks to is his parents. But even then, like, he doesn't really say everything to his parents. So at night he would hear stuff. He would hear a voice coming from the wall, and eventually he realizes that like somebody's behind the wall. In which it starts to like the person behind the wall starts to like tell him that, hey, you should stand up for yourself and this and that, and also your parents are not the people you think they are. So throughout the course of the movie, you start to see like his parents have like really weird tendencies, and then it gets escalated from there because like they're just fucking weirdos. But then there's a twist that happens, like I would say probably like 20 minutes near the end of the movie, where I'm just like, oh, kind of wasn't expecting that. But then like once you finish the movie, you start to think about like all the stuff that's happened throughout the course of the movie, and you're like, yeah, the parents fucked up. Like they probably should have like talked or said something instead of being fucking weirdos. But I enjoyed it. Like I said, it's also on Hulu. It's good, but you know, you're the type of person that didn't like baby alien engineer thing at the end of Romulus, so I don't know if you would like any of the movies that I enjoyed. Because of like baby engineer Romulus baby alien thing.
Shut the fuck up.
So then I watched more stuff on Hulu. I completely forgot that Yorgos Lanthimos came out with some movies. So I watched The Lobster and The Killing of a Sacred Deer, which are movies that he directed.
Killing of a Sacred Deer is supposed to be good. I never watched it.
Oh man, I watched it. I think it was it
good?
Was it this year or was it last? I think it might have been last year. It's absurd. The thing is that with his movies, they're absurdist. Just like the whole thing behind the movie is incredibly like, you kind of have to have that suspension of disbelief because of the fact of like the circumstances the characters are in. While at the same time, The Killing of a Sacred Deer is interesting because of just like, what is happening? I think I already explained like what the course of like what's happening in that movie is going on, but I would say I wouldn't go on from there. I would probably just, if you're interested in watching it, I would say watch it, but keep that in mind is that like you're going to experience some weird shit, and his movies are very well known to be very fucking weird. Not to the point where you're like you don't understand what's happening, because you do understand what's happening, but it's so absurd of what's happening that you're like, this is fucking insane. But yeah, I would recommend The Killing of a Sacred Deer and The Lobster. I also have to watch his other movie, his directorial debut called Dogtooth, which I'm very interested in watching. Dogtooth. It's a Greek movie because he is Greek. Okay. But I watched his newer movies, The Kinds of Kindness and Poor Things. So I remember seeing Kinds of Kindness, and I remember seeing like the whole thing behind that of it being Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, and Willem Dafoe. And I'm just like, oh, this is a pretty good cast. All right, let me watch Kinds of Kindness. So I completely forgot that it was Yorgos Lanthimos, and I was like, okay, what's this movie about? It's an anthology movie. There's 3 stories. Each story, its revolving factor is a guy called RMF. It's his initials. You don't know what they stand for or if they really mean anything, but basically each title has RMF in it. So like the first story that you're with is called The Death of RMF. And then the second one is called RMF is Flying. And then the last one is called RMF is Eating a Sandwich. And it's just like, what? Why are they labeled that? But that's basically because RMF is a MacGuffin. Like, he is part of the story, but he's not, the actual thing that makes the story go. So all three stories are fucking weird. And they all feel like folk tales. But they feel like folk tales in the sense that, like, folk tales are meant to, like, tell children, hey, there's a hidden message behind this. Like, maybe you can learn from that. You don't learn jack shit from these stories. Like, you just go in, you experience them, and then you kind of have a new understanding of, like, yeah, shit sucks. Like, a lot of Yorgos's movies are, like, very nihilistic and almost cynical. And that's how I felt when I watched Killing of a Sacred Deer. Killing of a Sacred Deer is very nihilistic. It's also a bit cynical as well.
Yeah.
I would say it's equal in its nihilism and its cynicism. Like, it's equal. But watching Kinds of Kindness, it's like every story that you get, it's just like, oh my god, these fucking people are crazy. Like, you just think about it, it's just like, these people can't exist in real life, right? And then you're like, no, you kind of hear about, like, some weird shit about fucking weird people, and it's just like, no, like, even though it is fiction, reality can be stranger than fiction. But the first story is very interesting because it's Jesse Plemons, who I think you remember, he's Todd from Breaking Bad, the blonde guy.
Todd's fat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Jesse Plemons. He's also one of those, like, really good actors, like, underrated, I would say. I would have to say. Yeah. That he has, like, this weird submissive and dominant relationship with his boss, played by Willem Dafoe. That basically Willem Dafoe, like, schedules what he has to do for, like, daily activities and stuff like that. But there's one thing that he asks him to do, and it's basically to kill somebody in a car crash. So Jesse Plemons is like, look, I listen to everything that you tell me. I don't want to kill somebody. So Willem Dafoe's just like, okay, but you do realize that you don't do this thing that I asked, you're not going to be part of my life anymore, right?
Right.
And I'm not going to be part of your life. So then it's like a story of this guy essentially, like, gaining his freedom, but at a cost. And then, like, throughout the course of his story, he's just like, I need to get Willem Dafoe to like me again. Like, I need him back in my life. And then the end of that fucking shit is just like, oh my god. Like, it just drove me fucking, like, I wouldn't say it drove me insane, but I was just like wide-eyed the entire time. I was just like, wow, that shit sucks. But not in a bad way. It's just like, that dude's life sucks. Especially being in a relationship like that of, like, a dominant and submissive person. So then you get to the second story, and it's again the same actors from the first story. So it's, Emma Stone, Willem Dafoe, Jesse Plemons, and I forget the other actress's name. She's an Asian actress. Kinds of Kindness. I forget her name. Her name is Hong Chow. That's her name. She's also in it. She's also, like, one of the main characters throughout the course of, like, the stories. But it's mostly, like, Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone and Willem Dafoe. So the second story is Jesse Plemons is a cop. His wife went missing because she's, like, some kind of, like, scientist or, like, marine biologist, something like that. And basically her boat was lost at sea, and they haven't found her. I think it's been, like, months since the disappearance. So in Jesse Plemons' story, he, like, starts to get phone calls from somebody. It's just static. So he's like, that's weird. I don't know what the fuck that's going on. But then, like, his wife appears. They found her and somebody else that disappeared on the boat. But he starts to realize that, like, I don't think that's my wife. There's something off about her. So then that story starts to progress, and I was just like, there's a situation that happens where Jesse Plemons accidentally shoots somebody during a traffic stop, and it adds to his paranoia because of the thing that's happening with his wife, because he can't trust her. So he starts to like lose his shit. So then the whole story starts to play on the fact that like whether or not like you believe Jesse Plemons or you believe Emma Stone, because Emma Stone being the wife. And like, you know, she has her own situation because, you know, Jesse Plemons is just like not eating, and she's like, look, like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm trying to, like, I'm your wife and this and that. So it gets really fucking weird. And then the ending is just like even more fucking weird, but I won't spoil the ending for that. And then you get to the third story, which is, it mostly revolves around Emma Stone, and Jesse Plemons is more of a side character. And basically their story is that Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons are looking for like this person, this twin that apparently has some kind of healing properties, almost like kind of like Jesus in a way, that they're able to heal people or resurrect them. So they're looking for this specific person, but it's like, why are they looking for this person? And apparently it's because their weird sex cult that is run by Willem Dafoe and Hong Chow told them that they got to find this person. And basically it's like Emma Stone trying to like come to terms and like being part of a sex cult, while at the same time like realizing that like her life isn't anything without the sex cult.
Willem Dafoe is so good at playing a crazy person.
Oh my god, like he's great in like the first story and the last story. He's so fucking good. But it's like, it's so goofy. It's so goofy. But like I said, it's so absurd that like you kind of have to be in it. And that's the thing about Kinds of Kindness. It's just like, it's 3 different stories, but they're so absurd and they're so fucking weird. And the other thing about Yorgos Lanthimos movies is that like they're really like graphic, and they're really like highly explicit sexual content. Like especially that second story is like really explicit sexual like content. That I was just like, this is awkward. Like this is fucking awkward for me. And I was alone watching the movie. But yeah, I would recommend Kinds of Kindness. Like I said, with his movies, you kind of have to go. Yeah, you have to go at it with like a perspective, like this is going to get weird. Like that's all you have to know, is that like this is going to get weird. But then I saw the movie that he did last year, Poor Things, with Emma Stone. Let me give a sales pitch of what this movie is. What if Frankenstein's monster went on a journey of self-discovery and realized that life is kind of shitty, but it can be okay?
What's the movie called?
Poor Things. It's on Hulu as well. I really liked Poor Things. I really liked it. But like I said, it's one of those movies that's also very sexually explicit.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, it's very
just right down my alley. Is Willem Dafoe in it?
Yes. He plays a mad scientist.
Oh my god.
Basically, Emma Stone is Frankenstein's monster. Even though they don't say it's Frankenstein, but like essentially Willem Dafoe is like a Frankenstein-esque character, that he is a man that is obsessed with I guess how the human body functions. So he found this woman dead after trying to commit suicide, basically resurrects her, and like is trying to like, I guess, be more of a parental figure with the lady. It's very good. Like I said, is a movie about like self-discovery in a sense, because there's a whole thing that happens like midway in the movie where there's a whole reveal as to like what the fuck is happening, specifically with Emma Stone. And then yeah, it just goes from there, and it's really good. I also really like Poor Things because of the fact that like the visuals that it was trying, it felt like a Tim Burton movie, but more sexually explicit.
Yeah.
Because like the visuals looked like something out of like like out of Nightmare Before Christmas, or Sweeney Todd and shit like that, but it's very vibrant and like very weird. But yeah, it's a very good movie, and I do like the fact that Willem Dafoe's character, I think his name was like Godwin or something like that, or so like Godrix, some shit with the name God, but Emma Stone's character refers to him as God. So there are people who are like, who do you find closest to you? And she's like, God. I found God very close to me. God is like my father. And she's referring to Willem Dafoe. So it's like these goofy moments of people being like trying to talk to her about God. And she's like, I don't know any other God. I know God, the God that raised me, but I don't know what this other God you speak of. It's very funny.
Right.
It's very good. It's very, very good. Mark Ruffalo is also in there. I don't know whether or not like the English accent was a choice, because like it comes and goes for Mark Ruffalo. Like it's very goofy. Like when a lot of people try to do English accents, like it's very goofy in that movie.
Well, it's like the movie. It was the movie through like her seeing it, because she could just be like perceiving him with an accent and not an accent, and an accent, not an accent.
No. It's established that I think it's supposed to take place in like London. And like
Gotcha.
yeah, that like this is the center point of the movie. But the other thing is that like even Willem Dafoe's accent I couldn't really like get down, because I was like, either he's trying to do an Irish, Scottish, or Norwegian accent. Like I couldn't really get it down, but who cares, because like his character is fucking weird throughout the course of the movie. But I recommend, Kinds of Kindness and Poor Things. They're very good movies and I really enjoyed them. And back to Killing of a Sacred Deer, I recommend that as well. I really want to rewatch The Lobster, because I remember leaving that movie and being like, being alone sucks, but then the fear of being alone also sucks. Like it's very interesting. I would have to go back and rewatch The Lobster, because I really did like that movie. But like I said, if you're planning on watching these movies, go in with a mindset that like this shit is going to get weird and this shit's going to get very sexually explicit as well. So Cho's recommendations for movies. Let's see, what else did I do? Did I play some video games? I played some video games. Did I beat any video games? Yes, I did. So I finally beat The Last of Us on the grounded difficulty.
Oh my god, gross.
I enjoyed my time.
How long did it take you?
I think my time's also on there, because I also did Left Behind, the DLC. Let me see how much hours I spent into it, because like I played through Grounded, and then I played Grounded on Left Behind, and then I went back to get the additional like collectibles and stuff like that. So I basically got all the achievements. That's what I went to go do afterwards. Last of Us, 36 hours.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad, because the grounded difficulty is the shit that took me the longest, because of the fact that like enemies are tough. Like the dudes shooting you, they fucking for some reason have like pinpoint accuracy with a fucking pistol. Like
it reminds me of the other game, Uncharted.
With a crushing difficulty?
Yeah, one shot you're dead.
Yeah. I've been
So,
Yeah. So there's a lot of moments where it's just like, oh, I'm out of bullets. I have to fucking run around and look for shit while other guys are shooting at me. The section that I had the hardest time with was the plaza section, which was specifically the one where Ellie gets a rifle, and Joel tells her, okay, I'm gonna go there, I'm trusting you with the rifle, if any motherfucker tries to kill me, you shoot at them, okay, just point and shoot. So that's the section I had a little bit of a hard time with, because like I said, motherfuckers were like so pinpoint accurate with the fucking like pistol that I kept getting shot, and I'm like, okay, I have to rethink this. I have to like, all right, find another way around, or like look for other stuff, or like hide through cover. There was another section as well that I can think of that like I was having a little bit of a hard time as well, where it's like another section where you have to get like passed through like a bookstore and stuff like that to get to like a ladder. there's moments where like it can get difficult, and but it's not impossible. So but overall, you know, like I said, I love The Last of Us, specifically the first one. And then I played Left Behind because I was like, Left Behind, I barely remember anything. I know like is Ellie's like prequel story, but I forget like what exactly happens in Left Behind. And yeah, Left Behind is a very like nice like DLC because of it being like Ellie before Ellie got infected, and like when it takes place after Joel gets the rebar through him, and like Ellie taking care of him. So it's also like going back and forth between Ellie's backstory and Ellie to the point of like wintertime and trying to save Joel. So Left Behind wasn't as difficult because it's a shorter DLC. It's like I think like you can complete it in like 5 or 6 hours, less maybe. So I got through it like relatively well. It was just getting the collectibles was the thing that I had to like keep an eye out. So I had to look up a guide to like help me out of like, okay, there's certain dialogue things that you kind of have to wait around for Ellie to like bring up at certain points, or Riley in Left Behind. But the part that I did get a little bit of a tough time with was the final sequence of Left Behind, where the guys from I think David's camp or like some kind of hunters are like looking for Ellie and Joel, and they find the the store that they're hiding in. So Ellie basically has to like kill all these guys. And like I said, there's moments where I was just like, okay, I'm good. And then a motherfucker spots me like from fucking like way above because he could see a little bit of me. And I was just like, God damn it. And I have to kill all of them again. And then I get shot. And like it gets, like I said, it gets very goofy at certain points, because then I was like, okay, cool. I cleared it. Nope. Here come reinforcements. Like, God fucking damn it. I have to kill these motherfuckers again. But overall, the grounded difficulty is pretty fun, but you know, like I said, there's going to be moments where like, oh, excuse me, that was a burp. I wouldn't say you're going to be struggling, but there are moments that are going to get kind of tough, and you're going to be like, okay, how do I go at this at a different, in a different way? Yeah, grounded PC, very good. Recommend Last of Us. I love The Last of Us. I really want to rewatch the TV show of Pedro Pascal.
Good show.
Very good show. Speaking about Troy Baker, do you remember a game by the name of Fort Solis?
Sounds familiar.
So this, I remember, I think was shown at the Game Awards or something Jeff Keighley related. It was basically marketed that Roger Clark and Troy Baker were going to be in it. The voice actor that did Arthur Morgan from Red Dead 2 and Troy Baker. That here's like this interesting sci-fi game that basically is a narrative story that some weird shit is happening on a space base. I played it. The narrative is interesting, but I feel like it fumbles towards the end. But the strong points of the game are the main characters you follow. Even the other character, this female character, I forget her name in the story, but yeah, Troy Baker does a really good job. Roger Clark does a really good job. Like I said, the female character also does a very good job. So the acting is very good. But the main story itself is where it kind of like gets really, like it feels like some stuff needed to be explained a little bit more. But I don't know, like the game itself, I think you can complete it within like 6 or 7 hours. Like it's not long. But the premise is basically, you are on Mars. There are different stations on the planet. You play as like a engineer, kind of like Isaac Clarke, and basically a signal comes out from one of the stations, so you go to investigate the station to see if everyone's okay, and you arrive and nobody's there for some reason, and it's supposed to be a station like filled with like maybe like 6 or 8 people, possibly more, but for some reason nobody's there. So throughout the course of the game, you start to like it's more of a walking simulator. You start picking up like different notes and different video logs from these people, kind of like piecing things together of like, okay, what exactly happened here? And the reveal of like what exactly was happening was kind of underwhelming. But like I said, the only highlight I would have to say is Troy Baker. What it reminded me of was this Korean show. Oh God, what was it called? Oh God. This was a Korean show on Netflix. The Silent Sea, that's what it's called. The this game reminded me of that, especially with like the thing that was happening on the space station. Would I recommend it? I think is the key point. I would say yes, but at a very like low price. Like it is very good, like I said, the acting itself. But yeah. That's all I can say is that the acting is very good. And then the fact that like the it takes place in the future, but not like in a distant future. Like it's like the technology is like still something that is achievable now, which is the interesting part. So yeah, Fort Solis. The other thing, there's this game I want to talk about. Hey man, you ever heard of a game called Mouthwashing?
No.
It's on Steam. I think it's on sale. It's a game you can beat. It's pretty short, but it's very good. It's a psychological horror game. It's very good. I really recommend it. I only heard like good things about it, so I kind of wanted to go in blind, and it's a good thing I did because like the shit that happens in the game is oh man. I feel like I could do a video essay on like the shit that's happening in Mouthwashing. It's good. It's very good. The other thing I wanted to say, hey, I finally finished Yeast 6. So I remember last podcast I talked about me going into the Yeast series that I was starting through release order. So I finished Yeast 1 and 2, and then the next one after that was Yeast 6, and then after that is Yeast 3. Mm-hmm. So I beat Yeast 6. I needed a guide again because there is shit that you have to collect that will really help you throughout the course of the game. The other thing I found out is that apparently the PC versions of Yeast 6 and Yeast 3 are based on the PSP versions, which I was surprised about because Yeast 3 came out after Yeast 6, so it uses the same like gameplay engine as Yeast 6, so there's like a lot of stuff that's similar. The only difference is that there's voice acting, so that's the one neat part. But Yeast 6 is weird because from what I've seen is that Yeast 6 is the Yeast game that is very dense in its lore, because there was stuff that I was like, I haven't visited that place yet. I don't know what's going on there yet because I haven't gotten there yet, so I have no idea. And it's just like, I mean, I still want to get through it through release order because I want to see how the gameplay progresses. But it's like one of those funny moments that's just like, this is very lore dense. But the story itself is pretty interesting because it's like, it reminded me a lot of like a Final Fantasy, specifically Final Fantasy 7, or any other Final Fantasy games when you really think about it. Of just like, hey, there was like this ancient race, and they were like super technologically advanced for some reason. But yeah, there are some people that want to reclaim their shit for some reason. So here's the story. It's also very reminiscent of like Link's Awakening as well, where like even has like the same shit of like waking up on a beach on a weird island.
Right.
Yeah. But overall, it was fun. There is some goofy shit with like the actual gameplay itself because there's a thing that you can do to like there's this like weird it's called like a dash attack where basically you have to press the movement button first, and within like a couple seconds after pushing it, you press jump and attack and like in a consecutive order, and then you lunge forward. It's very goofy on how to do it, but the reason why I had to like figure it out is because you can only reach certain spots to get very important items that way. And it's just like, oh my god, like this is fucking crazy. But overall, I enjoyed my time with Yi 6. There's a couple trophies that you can go back and get. Like there's apparently an optional boss that's very difficult. But the thing is that like when I was looking at the guide was like recommending, get to like level 56 in order to fight this boss. And I was like level 50, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. To the point where like even the guide was warning that leveling up after 50 is going to be really time consuming, because like the leveling starts like decrease like after a while. So just remember that. And I'm like, I don't feel like doing the optional boss anymore. So then I just went to do the main story. But the guide I have to recommend is by a user by the name of A Backdated Future. This guide helped me out a lot in Yeast 6. But yeah, I'm very interested in Yeast 3 and whether or not I'm probably going to have to pull up a guide because of these games being kind of like weirdly archaic at times. But yeah, overall, I am enjoying my time. I did like it. And that is basically it for stuff that I finished. As for stuff that I'm playing, hey man, Metaphor is some good ass shit. I think I'm near the end. I think I'm almost at the end of the game with Metaphor ReFantasio. I think it might be my goatee. I think it might be my goatee. Like, I still have yet to play Yakuza Infinite Wealth, or excuse me, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. But so far, that game is really fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that story is. I mentioned this before. Like, I wasn't really into the story like at the beginning, but then like once you start to progress and like meet your party, it gets really fucking good. And then like the twists that happen within the game are really good as well. There's one character that I have to highlight that is so well written, and it's his name is Heisme. He's a little bat guy, but his story is so fucking tragic and like so well written, and he's such a really good character that I'm like, fucking goatee right here. Yeah, I really recommend playing Metaphor. It's just an incredible time, and I'm very curious to see how it ends. Like I said, I'm near the end point, so we'll see how that goes. And then other shit that I'm playing on my own time. Hey man, I'm playing some Uncharted 2. It's a good ass fucking game. Yo man, Uncharted 2 is so fucking good.
It is.
I'm playing it and I was just like, man, everything is like cinematic, all the explosions, and like, oh man, how can you not like this game? It's so good. Yeah, I'm like on chapter.
That series fucking gripped me, man. I loved it.
It's great. It's so good. I love everything about Drake, about how witty he is, and like the wake. It's genuinely like a fun ass time playing fucking Uncharted 2. And then with that, I know I was talking about The Last of Us Part 1. I've decided to go back and replay through The Last of Us Part 2 to see whether or not my feelings towards that game have changed throughout the years, because it's been a while, because I never went back to it after I finished it. And then on top of that, I do want to play the other modes that came out for Part 2. You know, the roguelike mode, No Return, I think it's called, and like some of the other stuff. Oh, that's the other shit that I wanted to mention, is that in Part 1, the PC version, or like the PS5 version, there's costumes that you can unlock, so it's different shirts and shit. So like Ellie gets like Jack and Daxter, or like Sly Cooper, or like Ghost of Tsushima, and it's just like, okay, here's some stuff that like came out on the PlayStation and shit like that. So then I started scrolling down like her costumes, and I'm like, why the fuck can you get the Sopranos shirt for Ellie? And I'm like, wait, The Wire and Treme, like all these like HBO shows, and I'm like, wait, why is this? And then I remembered, oh, because of the show. This was promotion for the show coming to HBO. So like when I went back to play The Last of Us to get through all the collectibles and shit like that, I just had Ellie wearing the Sopranos shirt. like like this is some goofy shit, but it's really funny. Cuz I completely forgot about like the promotion for the show. Uh yeah, I've been playing I played a little bit of The Last of Us Part 2. I got up to like maybe the second chapter. But like I said, I will probably have to go through it and like get a better feeling for the game of just like why I didn't like it as much. I remember the reasons why I didn't like it, but like I want to see whether or not they still hold true, essentially. And then the other stuff that I've been playing, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is still going. I decided to kind of replay through Jedi Fallen Order because I have Jedi Survivor and I don't remember what the fuck happened in Jedi Fallen Order. So I want to replay through that. Yeah, that's a good game as well. Fallen Order. And then the biggest thing that I wanted to mention, I got a PSVR 2.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. Hey, I also bought the adapter for PC. So I've been.
Did you play Beat Saber?
I do not have Beat Saber, but I did.
You haven't played Beat Saber.
But I did play Half-Life Alyx, a little bit of it. Wow, the amount of money that went into that game. It is incredible the amount of shit and physics stuff that's going on with that game. Like at the beginning, you're at a balcony, you have a bunch of like cans and bottles and stuff like that, and then you could look over the balcony and you can see the stuff below, and then I look over to look at another balcony right next to me and I see a cat like sleeping. So I was like, nah, there can't be any way. So I grabbed one of the cans and I threw it right next to the cat, and the cat woke up and ran away. And I was like, oh my god, that's so much money. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. My play area is not that big because obviously it's like near my desk, so it's a little confined, but like overall I'm still able to like move around as well, just not to like the extent of like flailing my arms around because I will fucking hit something. So I'm a little afraid to get Beat Saber for that reason. But overall, like I've only got like maybe like an hour or two into Half-Life Alyx, and man, like that is an impressive VR game. Just incredible, fucking incredible. But I'm willing to play more. I got for my PSVR. I also got the Call of the Mountain, Horizon game. So I've yet to play that. Do want to play through Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 on PSVR because those are exclusive to the PlayStation 5. So I will be trying that out. The other stuff that I played around with was Tetris Effect and the Hitman game on PC. So I played a little bit of Hitman and Tetris Effect with the VR stuff. I have to look at like more VR games or like other games that support VR. Apparently Bugsnax also supports VR, so I'm probably going to check that out.
Bugsnax VR.
Bugsnax VR. So I'm going to check out some more VR stuff. I will probably look for more VR games. I also bought like Trover Saves the Universe because I know that's also VR. And I have Gran Turismo 7, so I want to check the VR stuff with that because that's also like pretty immersive as well. Yeah, I really dig this thing. It's cool. It's cool as fuck. That's all I can say. I will be playing more VR games in the future. So that is it for Chonchess for stuff that he's been doing, still reading the Horus Heresy.
Chonch played a good amount of games, Joe.
I played too many games. I really should finish Metaphor.
Oh, dude, yeah. How was that so far?
It's so good. So good. I'm like I said, I'm like near.
Who's the creators of that?
It's the Persona team.
Okay, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it's the Persona team. But like I said, one character in particular, Heisme, is like one of the best written characters they've ever done. Like he is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even his story as well, like his predicament that he's in is really fucking good. Yeah, just overall great game. I'm really interested to see what weird Shin Megami Tensei plot twist they do at the end. Yeah, very, very looking forward to that. And probably after I finish that, I will probably boot up Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, because I need to finish that, and then probably when next year happens, I have some stuff to talk about. What is my personal goatee? Because I still have not played Astrobot. I have not finished Black Myth Wukong or Space Marine
what
2.
What is the Jeff Kiwi thing?
The 12th of December.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also the other thing. We're going to be talking about the nominees for the Game Awards. So that's going to be one of our topics. But yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it. Do you want to take a break or?
I definitely need to. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll be taking a break. All right, we're back from our break. That was relatively short. What did you?
We're here to talk to you.
Talk to spit on that thing. I don't know.
Hawk.
Tua. Hey man, what did you do for your shit? Your break?
I got a drink.
Okay, that's cool. Me too. I also got a drink. That was one thing I wanted to mention is that like I got the Indiana Jones game, but like I'm debating on like whether or not I should play on stream or play on my own time.
Yeah, I have it because of Game Pass. I'm gonna stream it.
Oh god, I should probably stream it now so I can compete.
It's a good game. Like I think all brand new games probably should be streamed just because it's the now.
Yeah, but the thing is that like you kind of have to figure out like the perfect time to stream it, because obviously depending who likes it and how big they are usually probably streaming it. So like I'm not gonna go against Kai Cenat, be like,
well, I was gonna say I don't have
Indiana
anyone
Jones
showing up, so I'm just doing my own thing to like see. Okay, I'm also not looking for like any notoriety. I'm just running.
Yeah, I don't want Kai Cenat to be like, Phantom Tax, Indiana Jones, and like, god damn it, now I lost all the followings.
Kai Cenat's like chonch bad, and
he's
everybody's like
yacht, Indiana Jones.
They're like chonch bad, and then Chonch's like, no, Chonch good.
No, Chonch good. Love me, Kai Cenat. Give me.
And then internet's like, no,
money.
Put him in jail.
No, put him in jail. Anyways, Kai Cenat, here you go. Here's John Cena again to hang out with you.
Here's the keys to Chonch's city.
Oh no, not my city, Kai Cenat. Please. No. He's gonna put a phantom tax on me. God. I have so much brain rot at this fucking point. Oh shit, that reminds me. Speaking of brain rot, I know I was talking about like the Scream movies, like when we were like talking.
Yeah, like an hour ago.
Yeah, like an hour ago. And the fucking scary movies have given me so much brain rot because obviously you're like the first scary movie was based on Scream, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was watching the first Scream, I was like, wow, like it's crazy at the fact that like basically they just did a spoof of Scream, which I thought was like insane when I remembered scary movie. But then like I kept thinking, I'm like, oh, is the twist like actually the same like dumb goofy twist at the end of Scary Movie as well? And I'm like, oh no, thank God it's not. It's actually a different like twist at the end of Scary Movie, or at the end of Scream. But then even then, I'm like, I kept thinking about Scary Movie the entire time, about like God, what was it? It's like just like the stupid shit, like shit that I like I said, I'm pretty sure in the 90s, and the comparison between now would be considered to be brain rot. And then it made me remember, oh, the Wayans brothers are coming back to make another Scream or another Scary Movie. Shit, yeah, I was confused sometimes. But yeah, that is happening. I don't know what the fuck they're planning on parodying at this point.
Maybe Katy Perry will show up so she can Katy parody herself.
I can't wait till they make references to Hawk Tuah Girl. Oh no.
I don't know if they would bring like a lot of new stuff in.
Shit, what's like the latest scary movie? Oh no, Terrifier man. I'm gonna Hawk Tuah spit on that thing.
That's very possible.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's like pretty sexual undertones in there or overtones. I don't know.
In a scary movie?
Nah, in that terrorizer thing.
I didn't watch the first one. I just basically skimmed through the first one, and I was like,
I've never watched any of them. I just saw a commercial, not commercial,
they're
but like people talk about it.
they're there for people who like extreme gore. That's kind of the whole point of most of them. I hear the third one is like the extremist of gory movies. Because I was watching the first one, and it's like it's obviously made with a budget because it's basically an indie movie. And then when that got like a relatively good following, the second one got a bit more of a budget, and then the third one is the one that got like a shit ton of budget. But they're not really there for the sake of like watching it for a narrative. They're there for like, oh, here are some practical effects that we did for the gore effects, and like see what we did. Because the one that like is intense that I feel like a lot of people do talk about is the first movie, and it's a scene where somebody gets cut with a saw in half, like a hacksaw. Yeah, like I said, like if you're really into gore, guess those are the kind of movies that you want to watch. But I like my horror elevated, you know what I'm saying? Existential horror.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, I like that movie Cure. I highly recommend that movie. I bought that movie and I was like, I don't know what I'm watching. And then I watched the movie and I'm like, oh fuck, this is some terrifying shit if you really think about it. But like, I don't know. That kind of stuff. Same thing with like Long Legs is like the existential shit behind that. Because I remember, I think I mentioned this, like my cousin hated the movie Long Legs, and I loved it because I was like, it's so good. Just like the performances and like the atmosphere and everything, and she was just like, oh, I hated the ending, and I'm like, yeah, but you have to take
like a performance.
It was a performance of an ending, but yeah, it's just like that ending is like, ooh, if you really think about it. Same thing with Cure. Cure is also like that, where it's like you really have to think about those endings of just like, yeah, the world's fucked. The world is super fucked. But yeah. Anyways, Indiana Jones and the Phantom Tax. Yo, man, I guess just like a little aside, those movies fucking rock. Yeah, those are good movies.
What, Indiana Jones?
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Controversial take by Howler?
Hard disagree. I don't like Indiana Jones. I think those are so, I don't know if the word poorly made is right, but boring.
I don't know if you're doing a bit.
Oh no, I'm dead serious. I really don't like Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay.
I don't have fun watching them. I think I'm missing one that I haven't seen. I saw the newest one.
Oh, the newest one is not good. I think that's that.
Crystal Skull is the newest one, right?
No, Dial of Destiny, the one where you have like 83-year-old Harrison Ford running around.
Well, Crystal Skull is the newest one. I think. I didn't like. I think there were 3 originals, right?
Yeah, the original trilogy.
Yeah, I think I saw the first 2. Did not see the third one.
Oh man,
I don't know. Like everyone has made, and this might be what it is. Everyone in my life since I was young till I was older, and I didn't watch these movies until I was like probably my 20s. People would always say like these are like A tier movies, whatever. S plus tier movies are so good, they're so good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course old people are always like, oh, it's Harrison Ford, this is really the man, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. He's Han Solo.
I don't know. When it comes to action to me, my go-to movies are Die Hard. I don't think it's particularly a better story, but for some reason I just enjoy that more. I don't know, just the whole like Indiana Jones and like a vague jungle slash like volcano rock area is always just like boring to me. I don't know. I don't really have fun with them. That's it.
Okay. So the original trilogy is really good. The fourth movie I thought was a lot worse from what I remembered, but it's actually not terrible. It's okay. But the last movie, the newest one, Dial of Destiny, I think is just like it's not relatively like it's fine. but overall, it's like I
Why are
made
they good? The first three.
the first three. I think they're mostly spectacle. I think on top of that, Harrison Ford, it really shows his acting ability of being pretty versatile when it comes to like to being more performative in the sense of like being more of an action man, which is a funny thing because obviously he played Han Solo beforehand, and I think he was also in Blade Runner a little bit before, but he's able to do like comedy bits pretty well, and overall like so I guess to say like my favorite Indiana Jones movie is Temple of Doom because of how vastly different it is compared to the other ones, because all four Indiana Jones besides Temple of Doom, you're the main guys that you're mostly fighting with. Oh, actually, no, Crystal Skull. That's also another thing. Crystal Skull is also kind of different because of what the antagonists are, but usually it's Nazis that you're fighting against.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I like the movies, I think it's also because of the fact that like it inspired a bunch of other shit that I like. So Uncharted is also another one. Of like, okay, here's this treasure hunter. He's not necessarily a badass, but he is very smart and he knows what he can be badass at times. So with Indiana Jones, it's like it is a grand spectacle when watching it, and it is very surprising to see that it's more of a supernatural like fantasy adventure, because of the shit that like happens with like the Ark of the Covenant, or like the cult, the death cult in Temple of Doom, or even in in Last Crusade, where like, oh, here's the Holy Grail of like, okay, what weird supernatural shit is happening with that. They're just fun movies. I think they're just like incredibly fun. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But I know you hate
that is just
fun
you.
You hate fun things. You hate fun and good things. No, I genuinely think like
I like Diablo 2.
No, that's a bad thing.
It's
Ooh,
not.
controversial. Ooh.
You're dumb.
No, you're dumb.
Have you gotten your brain checked for stupid?
No, did you get your brain checked for rot? Oh, you haven't, because you're bad. Anyways,
Don't make me rot all over you, bro.
Hawk to us. Yeah, man. I genuinely like. I went through all the Indiana Jones movies and like, I wouldn't say in like one shot, but like, it's interesting to see like the progression, because that, like I said, the first three movies are genuinely like really good, especially like
Shia LaBeouf came in
the fourth one.
4, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's why I like 4 so much, because I got to see Shia.
You love he's not bad in it. I know a lot of people didn't like Shia LaBeouf, but like that was because I think it was like kind of around the height of, I think after he did like the Transformer movies, or like a little bit like maybe after the third one.
It was after, yeah.
He's not bad in it. But it's like overall the escalation of the reveal of the weird fantasy shit is the thing that like I would have to say that like it didn't really get me at that point.
Yeah.
Like compared to like the first three movies of like, okay, here's some religious shit, here's some weird religious shit, and here's another thing about like Christianity as well.
I kind of want to watch the fourth one again now.
The fourth, it's like I said, it's like it's interesting. Because a lot of like the actions, like stuff like the chases, are actually pretty fun. Some people might disagree with me because there is a chase in like the jungle, and you have like Shia LaBeouf like swinging with the monkeys. That's the one thing that people really dislike.
I really think that's what it is I think the character Indiana Jones himself just doesn't grab me.
I kind of like him, because it's essentially a university professor who's basically moonlighting as a adventurer man, but he's not stealing anything. He's trying to take it to get it preserved, compared to people who actually will steal
He wants
things.
it inside of the museum.
It belongs in a museum. It belongs in a museum. The only thing I would have to say is the origins of Indiana Jones is goofy, because in the third movie they have a whole setup with River Phoenix as young Indiana Jones, and it's a little goofy because it's like, here's the origin of how Indiana Jones got his scar on his chin, how he was able to use a whip, and then also how he got his hat. And it's like all this like goofy shit. I was like, that didn't really need to be there, but I mean, it's okay.
It's for like fan service for sure.
Yeah, it's really fan service, but like the opening like train sequence with River Phoenix, I think is also like pretty fun because it's like, okay, oh, and here's the origin point of like why he's scared of snakes as well. Like that's also another thing.
What a pussy.
Yeah.
What a fucking absolute pussy, dude. Oh, Indiana Jones scared of snakes? How's this guy gonna leave his living room?
So like then there's the fifth movie. The fifth movie is so weird because it's like this was like a sequel that I don't think anybody really asked for. But I think they didn't want to leave it. I think it's also the fact that because Disney owns LucasArts Lucasfilms, that they're just like, okay, we have this property. What do we do with it? And it's like, well, Harrison Ford is fucking old as shit, but we'll basically puppet him around. And that's the thing I feel kind of bad watching the entire movie is that like Harrison Ford is really old. But the other thing that like really like, I was just like, oh, I don't know about this, is CGI young Harrison Ford. Because that's how the last movie opens up with, is CGI Harrison Ford during the 1940s, like young. And the problem is that like his voice changed when he got older. So it's old man voice coming out of young man face. But then there's also like the uncanny valley shit that happens when like de-agifying people, is that like they look like robots or they look like a PS4 cutscene. Like it just like it looks there's a bunch of moments where like the CGI just like felt off for me because of like obviously it being a younger version of him. But then even the setup is like, it's interesting of like what kind of treasure they're going after. But the only interesting part is literally at the last 10 minutes of the movie of like the twists kind of. But yeah, it's just like the bad guys are Nazis, so like obviously they're the bad guys. Even Mads Mikkelsen being the head bad guy, I think was kind of interesting because
telling me they're the bad.
I mean, in America in this day and age, I have no idea. Maybe fucking at this point, Indiana Jones is woke. For all I know. But yeah, like Mads Mikkelsen's character is like kind of interesting, but like he doesn't really show any like characteristics that I would have to say like, oh, that is a really good villain in this movie. Like, no, he's just like very stoic, evil man, and you know it's Mads Mikkelsen, and he's able to do that because of his face. But even like the new characters that are added are like okay as well. But overall, it's just like oh god, like I don't know. I just felt bad for Harrison Ford because you just have this old man running around while like younger people are chasing him. But it's like this thing in your head of like, no, they would probably catch up to him like if he was running. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. But I do like the fact that like it is Indiana Jones at his lowest point in his life because of like the events previously. Because it's supposed to be based in like 1969. Like a little bit after the moon landing, so a lot of shit has happened with Indiana Jones during like after the fourth movie, because obviously when you watch the fourth movie and how that ends, it's like, no, I think Steven Spielberg was like, no, this is the last Indiana Jones movie. That's it. Like, we're not doing anything else because like this is the final point. But then like this movie came along and is just like fucking tosses that shit off to the side, and it's
they
like
should have left it at one movie.
They should have left it at 3.
Yeah, that first one, just one and done, bro.
First one's good. Second one, the best, and then the third one is really fun because I like the chemistry with Sean Connery and Harrison Ford.
If anyone can hear this in outer space, don't watch them. They're bad.
No,
watch Die Hard.
Aliens, please.
Watch all 6 Die Hards.
Please watch Indiana Jones. 6 Die Hards. Fuck out of here.
Either 5 or 6, yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Like, there's Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Live Free or Die Hard.
Bro, like, I can't believe I like Die Hard as much as I do. Never thought I would.
I like the first one. I have to go back and rewatch the first one, but I really like the first one.
Dude, I love arguing with people and telling them it's a Christmas movie because first of all, obviously not my original idea.
I'm about to
That
say-
came from whoever the fuck said it, but
You could
I
say,
love it because people are like, it's not a Christmas movie, and I'm like,
but it
you're
takes
probably
place
right, but
during
it absolutely
Christmas.
is now, bitch.
It takes place during Crimbus.
Definitely
Please watch.
Christmas in my heart.
No, like the first Die Hard is good. I actually enjoy Die Hard with a Vengeance because I like Samuel Jackson. Yeah. But I think
Samuel L. Jackson.
I think I watched Live Free or Die Hard, and I remember I think it was Justin Long that was in it, and then I remember nothing afterwards.
It had the boy, not Keenan Thompson, but the dude from Kangaroo Jack.
Oh, Anthony something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then like the last one, I don't remember. I remember the plot was like John McClane and his son that served in like Afghanistan. And
Is that the one with the fire sale?
I don't remember.
I think that's the fire sale was Justin Long, I believe.
That was probably Live Free or Die Hard.
And then the one after that was the one where I think you were talking about his son, and he does the
Let me look this up.
cop car into the plane.
Die Hard movies.
Or sorry, chopper.
Okay, what movies do we got? The Die Hard franchise. What we got? It's crazy the fact that like
French cheese.
So there are 5 Die Hards, no 6, only 5. So let's see what we got. We got Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance,
Die Hard's 4.
Live Free or Die Hard, and then A Good Day to Die Hard.
So good. What a good name.
A Good Day to Die Hard.
Yeah.
Oh, the first one is John McTiernan. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Wow. John McTiernan is the director behind Predator.
Well, hold on a second.
No, John McTiernan has like a good track record because Predator, Die Hard, the Hunt for Red October, Last Action Hero, Die Hard with a Vengeance, and Basic. Basic was okay, from what I remember.
Okay.
It's
There's
goofy.
a thing called Die Hard Year One, which is an 8 series comic.
Die Hard Year One, like Batman. John McClane's origin point.
I guess.
Die Hard singularity point. Oh fuck. Yeah, I have to go back and rewatch those movies. Well, specifically Die Hard 1. Die Hard 1 is good. I remember a little bit of Die Hard 2. Die Hard 2 I don't remember as much, but I remember it took place at an airport. And then Die Hard with a Vengeance I remember a good amount because like I said, I like that whole thing of like it's basically like John McClane is a hostage now, and he has to like it's kind of like Speed almost. From what I remember of Speed.
Which one is this?
Die Hard with Vengeance. Where they strap a bomb to John McClane. And they make Samuel L. Jackson drive him. And John McClane's like, you gotta get me out of here, and this and that.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think that's the one where they were robbing the bank.
I think so. But it ended up being like Hans Gruber's brother. I think
it was like all misdirects until the bank robbery.
I think it's Jeremy Irons that plays him. Yeah. Jeremy Irons also a very good actor. Because you got to follow up on Snape.
Die Hard is better than the other movie, so GG's.
I mean, I'm not making compare and contrast. Unlike a brain rot bitch. Anyways. So the trilogy of Indiana Jones very good. The 4th movie is okay. The 5th one I didn't really like up until like the last 10 minutes of it, but that's me.
Look for
but I'm very
I'm
very excited for the game because I like machine head games because I like those.
Game looks fun.
I like those Wolfenstein games. The new ones specifically. So I'm interested. I'm interested to see what the fuck happens. Yo man, you ever play Balatro? Or
Nope.
Balatro?
Mm-mm.
Do you know what this game is?
I've watched it.
Okay. I completed my first run of Balatro. I did it.
Nice.
I did it. Just like Hades, I gotta do more runs. uh Balatro is actually like genuinely really fun because it is one of those games like Hades where it's like, okay, here's a run that you can do. You didn't do well in that run, try again, try again, try again. But what's interesting is that like I didn't really know what this game was about. I initially thought that it was poker. But it is poker. It is a card game presented as poker, but it's more in the sense of like a card battler in a way because of what the game tries to do of adding buffs and multipliers to whatever poker face you have. Overall, it is very fun. When I finally got my first run, I was so like relieved because I was like, yeah. And then the game's like, well, if you want to unlock this mode, you got to beat the game like 5 times, and like different runs. So the cool thing is that like also you get different decks, and the decks determine like what buffs or debuffs you get with your run. So like I think the red deck like gives you like an additional hand in order for you to like present the cards that you want to put down, and then the blue I think adds more like declining cards. It's something like that. Like each card like does something cool. Like each deck does something cool. But obviously the thing that really helps you throughout the game is whatever Joker card you get. So the more you play the game, the more different Joker cards you start to unlock, and the Joker cards either add as multipliers or like they boost like whatever hand you have, or they do some other like interesting stuff. And like some Joker cards are better than others, but like there is like a whole thing you have to understand of like doing simple maths in a sense of like, okay, if I add this multiplier to this multiplier and it basically like adds to that multiplier, like that's what gets me to a higher amount for my win. Overall I really enjoyed it, but I'm putting it off to the side for a little bit. And I got really in too deep with Cult of the Lamb finally. Have you played Cult of the Lamb or not yet?
Nope.
No? I realize I have a very soft spot for survival crafting games. Cult of the Lamb is very good. I like it. I really enjoy it. I like going into the dungeons and like getting more followers to be in my cult. And then the little interactions you have with cult members of being like, I love being in this cult. And then I had a dissident. I had a zealot in my cult being like, you're, because I what was it? I think I died in a dungeon, and my follower was like, you died, your cult is a lie, I'm gonna try to get people to get on my side. And it's like, okay, what do you do for a situation? Put him in prison and then basically re-educate him. Like, okay, so that's what I did. But yeah, I like the whole like village building aspect of Cult of the Lamb, and like also the weird shit behind it as well, presented it in a very cute way. It's good. I enjoyed it. I'm still enjoying it.
Yeah, my brothers played it. They said it was pretty good. I'm not a big fan of those things.
You're not a big fan of cults?
Craft Survival is like fine, but they're oversaturated.
Damn, bro.
To be fair, most video game styles are oversaturated right now.
Damn, bro. I can't believe you told me this. I can't believe you hate video games.
I don't like Indiana Jones. You should know this already.
Yeah, that's true. But you're gonna play the game? Wow, you bitch.
Yeah, game was good.
Wow, you bitch. I guess I'll just say what I did, because at this point, like, I'm already saying the shit that I did, and then we'll get into not movies, into the news, because at this point, I'm probably gonna forget what the fuck I did or how I felt on specific things, because this is so recent. Speaking of George Lucas, hey man, do you remember Jedi Fallen Order? No, it's basically the Souls game, but with Star Wars, with Cal Kestis, the guy with the red hair. Vaguely.
No, I don't remember these.
Okay. Jedi Survivors is a good game. I got all the achievements for it, so that's what I did with my spare time. It's good. It's a good game. Story wise,
Is it where you play the bad guy?
No. Fallen
Star
Order.
Wars, you don't play the Star Wars game where you're bad guys, and you're use the Force or whatever.
You're a bad guy. You use the Force and whatever.
I don't know. I just
Do-
remember Star
do you
Wars
mean-
being
Do you mean
the game
KOTOR?
was.
I
Say
mean,
again?
Knights of the Old Republic?
No, it's you're. I don't know. I remember using the
There's
bad
Outlaws.
Force. Nah, not Outlaws. Outlaws is like brand new, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a new one. I just got it too, because it was super cheap to get like the gold edition somewhere. And I'm like, I'm probably gonna play this. And then
I don't know.
And then I kept seeing like online shit of people be like, I can't goon to this game because that lady looked like too much man. And I'm like, God damn it.
Bro, that shit looks so broken. The fucking Outlaws. As far as I don't know if they've patched it, but that game looks fucking terrible.
They patched it. But I'm very curious to actually play through it because I hear like
Ubisoft made it, right?
yes, and so
Oh, no.
obviously yeah.
Oh no.
So yeah, there's a lot of shit to talk about Ubisoft, but I'm very curious. I'll probably do a review on it, like personally, like to like say that like whether or not, because I want to get like I want to give my own opinion about something, not because of gooners not being able to goon due to lady, because I was like debating on getting it on Steam, but I was seeing that like the Steam version has a bunch of problems for some reason. So I was like, okay, I'll get it for PS5. So I got it for PS5, and like the gold edition for the PS5 ended up being a lot cheaper than the standard edition. Well, than the deluxe edition on Steam, like a lot cheaper. So that's what I got. I got the gold edition for PS5, and like I said, I'm willing to play it. You know, I'm kind of in a bit of a Star Wars kick, even though, like I said, I have a love and hate relationship with the series. But yeah, like I said, I went back. I played Jedi Fallen Order because I do not remember jack shit of what the fuck happened in that story, because I want to play Jedi Survivor, the sequel, and the story is like you could take it or leave it. Even the narrative that it tries to present of like, okay, here's a fallen hero, here's his call to adventure, and like, is Cal Kestis incredibly interesting character? He's all right. I do like the flashbacks that he has about like when Order 66 was given out, and like basically there's a little sequence where like you get to talk to like some of the stormtroopers, and like they were cool with him. They were cool with him and his master, and they were pretty much like, hey, we live on this ship together. We're gonna interact with one another, so it's like, we know some stuff about one another. And then like Order 66 happens, and then Cal's like, what the fuck? I just talked to that dude like a minute ago. Why the fuck is he trying to kill me? Yeah, I like that. I like that kind of stuff of just like, the crazy shit when Order 66 was executed. But yeah, it's like the villain is all right, but I mean that's mostly the standard of most Star Wars villains, especially like the Siths, that like they're like just evil for evil's sake. And I think everyone does like an okay job overall when it comes to their characters. But like the last party member you get, like she comes in like kind of at the last minute, so you don't really get that many moments to interact with her, which I initially thought, up until you go back and play through the game to get like all the rest of the collectibles and shit. Like there are moments where you go to the different planets, and like she kind of gives her thoughts on like the planet that you're on, or like, specific things that like she wants to talk about. And it's like, oh, I didn't get to have these interactions with you when I was just playing through the game just in one shot. Like now I get to hear what you think about certain things, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting that you have that perspective on certain planets and stuff like that. But like I said, overall, I think Cal is like kind of like an okay character. His backstory, I think, is the most interesting part about him. Seer is also another character in the game where she's also a fallen Jedi, and her backstory is a little interesting as to like why the fuck does this one specific Imperial Sith lady like have a grudge against you? Oh, it's because you were her master, and she thinks that you gave her up to the Empire. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. And I do like a little bit of like, she has obviously like her feelings are very like complex in the sense of like, I did something that I can never forgive myself, but at the same time what's done is done, but that doesn't mean I'm going to completely give up on this one person. Like, I'm going to try to make myself better and try to help this other person. I do like that. Yeah, overall it is a game. The only thing that I would say is incredibly frustrating, and I do like the fact that, like, you know, we live in an era where we have conveniences in modern games, is fast travel. There is no fast travel in when exploring. You have to basically go out, and, like, if you missed a collectible, you have to go all the way to, like, across the map to get that collectible, because the second map you go into is huge. It's huge. And I'm like, there's no fast travel in this shit. Like, there are faster ways to get to certain locations, but you can't, like, oh, here's a meditation point, let me fast travel to that. No, you have to go all the way there. And that was the thing that, like, it frustrated me completely when I was trying to get, like, a 100% on this thing of just like, oh fuck, all right, I guess I have to fucking walk all the way there. Oh fuck, I missed this other thing all the way back there. I guess I gotta go back all the way there. Like, that's the goofy shit. And I think the other thing I wanted to mention is there's also, like, a challenge mode you can do. That shit is actually pretty tough, but obviously, you know, that's for people that, like, are really good at the game. But overall, it is a good game. As a good Star Wars story, it's all right. Yeah, just overall, it's good. Like a 6.5 from Chunch. It's good.
Like a 8-1. Good pizza.
Good pizza. Yeah, it's like a good pizza. It's like a pretty good pizza. I'm very interested in Jedi Survivor to see how that is, because I am very interested in, like, Cal growing into, like.
Oh, is that a sequel?
Yeah, it's the sequel that came out last year, I think. But yeah, I'm very interested to see that, and obviously with Jedi.
I was thinking about The Force Awakens. That's what it was.
The movie?
Oh, maybe that's not the name of the game.
Oh damn!
It was a game like The Force something, where you're like a kind of an evil guy, I think.
Oh,
or you could use
Force
the
Unleashed.
Force.
That's what. Okay, I got it. Because I was like, which one are you talking about? Yeah. We have Star Killer, the non-canon game.
Oh, okay. No cannons in that game.
Yeah, it's no cannons in that game.
Crazy.
I was playing a little bit of that, like, earlier this year, because I got it on PC. And I'm like, man, this was, like, such an era of, like, edgy Star Wars game. And I'm like, it's not bad. And then I forgot. I'm like, I don't think I played the sequel. And I'm very curious to see how the sequel is. I do know there's a twist in the sequel. But, you know, like I said, I've yet to see.
It's when Indiana Jones comes out. And it was like,
yeah, Harrison Ford came out and he saw Star Killer, and then he saw Star Killer's lightsaber, and he's like, that belongs in a museum.
I'm your father.
That belongs in a museum. Indiana Jones. What a great
hot take. Star Wars sucks.
Hot take. Indiana Jones is also very good. Anyways. Like I said, I have a weird love-hate relationship with Star Wars, because I love, like, the world of Star Wars, but, like, the writing for a bunch of shit is just like,
Yeah.
I saw relatively okay things for the new Star Wars series, Skeleton Crew. I feel like, but obviously that's a show that I think that's mostly aimed towards kids. So, I mean, that makes sense for it to be, like, family friendly.
Oh, Jay-Z will love it then.
Oh, no. No, then Jay-Z's lawyer is going to come after us. No, stop
the
it.
Jay-Zizzle, you know?
I don't. So yeah, I played Jedi Fallen Order.
Nice.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Anyways, just two movies I would say I enjoyed as well. I watched movies. I enjoyed this movie called Strange Darling. It was pretty good. I recommend it. And then I watched the first Child's Play movie. Man, Chucky still gives me the fucking creeps.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. He gives me the fucking creeps. I think it's because, like, the animatronics that they use for Chucky is done incredibly well. Like his facial animations and to make him look different from like his cute little like doll version of himself, and then make him look like a fucking sadistic, creepy asshole, I think is done very well. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Child's Play is all right. All right, that's it for Chonch. Anyways, do you want to add something or no?
I watched the paddle.
The movie with Dax Shepard?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Shit earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool movie, funny, 10 out of 10, better than Crystal Skulls and whipping people. Anyways, the news.
Anyways, did you know the trilogy of Indiana Jones is basically without a paddle? Did you think about that?
So
No.
trash. It's so trash.
Damn, bro. I can't believe you hate good movies. I can't believe you hate good movies. Anyways, let's talk about.
Bro, no, wait a second. No.
Yeah?
Fuck that. Hold on a second. Tom Cruise is trash, bro. I don't want to hear shit. Don't you like Top Gun?
No, I like the Mission Impossible movies.
Oh, right. You like, oh my God. Tom Cruise is. Oh, I fucking rewatched that movie, man. Fucking,
Top Gun?
No. Fucking,
Mission Impossible?
No.
Vanilla Sky?
Hold on a second. Just let me think for 2 seconds.
Indiana Jones?
Tropic Thunder. And Tom Cruise's best role in his fucking life.
Yeah.
In his fucking life.
Yeah,
is that movie.
and he knows it. He knows it.
What a fucking trash hole, dude.
He knows it. No, I like those movies. I like how fun those movies are. I like fun in my movies. I'm like some kind of asshole who's like,
I like fun in my movies too.
I want to be
John McClane walking through.
I want to be a contrarian.
Bare feet.
I want to be a contrarian. I don't like action movies unless they have John McClane fighting Snape.
What do you mean? Okay. I like what's his name?
No, you don't.
John Wick is a good action movie.
No, you don't. You told me behind the scenes that you loved it when his dog was murdered, and you were like, "Oh my God!" I cheered for those guys because it's a bad movie.
God, this guy's slandering my name. It's crazy.
No, you could do that all by yourself. Anyways,
I love dogs. Cats are the ones that are trash.
Wow, John Wick. John Wick would not like that.
John would never wick me, dude.
John will never hawk. I don't know where I was going.
Lost yesterday. Anyway. Let's get to this.
Okay. Anyways, so speaking of hawk to a spit on that thing, did you play Marvel Rivals? I downloaded it. I tried to play the practice training mode shit, and then it basically kicked me out. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I could delete this. I hear it's good. I saw some gameplay for it, and I'm like, okay, that seems fun, but I'd rather do it with people that I know, you know. But whenever Chunch decides to play multiplayer games, you know how it is.
No, hold on a second. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
When Chunch decides to play multiplayer games, everyone's moved on to the next multiplayer game. So Chunch
it's
is
not my fault, okay? I usually just play single player stuff and fighting games, all right? But then nobody else plays fighting games, so I got to play fighting games by myself.
Those are bad.
But you don't know good shit if it hit you in the face, all right? You dumb bitch. Anyways.
Wow. Scarlett Johansson just hit me in the face.
Talk to a spit on that thing.
Hey, did you like Rime?
I have not played it, but I like other stuff from Tequila Softworks.
You never played Rime?
No.
It's a fucking amazing game. I bought the hard copy with the map on it.
Maybe I won't like it because my taste's different than yours.
Yeah, you'll probably be like, bitch. Oh, he's not Indiana Jones. What a stupid little kid.
What an idiot. That belongs in a museum.
Oh my God. I hate Indiana Jones. So anyways.
I was going to go with the Marvel story, but you know what? Yeah, Rime. Let's go with Rime, because this is sad, though, because this is unfortunate, but like Tequila Works is filing for insolvency. I tried to look this up because I am not a financial lawyer or a lawyer or financial person in general, but insolvency is basically they could not pay off any of their debts. So it's kind of a form of bankruptcy in a sense. So yeah, they're trying to figure out what to do next. Basically they're about to let people go. It's not an easy transition, and even the what was it? The general manager at Tequila Works is like put in like a really bad position. But I didn't realize that Tencent owned it, but
Shocker.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, okay.
but yeah, apparently the month previously, in October they let some people go, so now it's probably they're not gonna last that long, which is unfortunate.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you were interested in any Tequila Works games, there is Rime, obviously GYLT, and the Sexy Brutale, which I also hear is pretty good. I liked GYLT. GYLT was pretty good because was not expecting it to be
Yeah,
an
I saw
Alan
you
Wake
play
like.
Guilt.
It's good.
Guilt was good.
It was surprisingly really good because I was like, oh shit, this is basically Alan Wake. All right, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Oh my bad. Keep on.
No, I was about to say like it is very unfortunate because like those are very like good games from what I hear. Like Rime obviously is like kind of like an indie darling, and then
Rhyme's so good.
and then Sexy Brutale is also like a very good short game as well.
See, the way you react to these like indie, like the fuck the other game you were just talking about, the
Marvel Rivals.
the card game,
Oh,
Blot, and the other
Balatro.
thing.
Cult of the
Those
Lamb.
are the Cult of the Lamb. This is how Rhyme is for me. I like this like gonna be really fucking depressing, but sometimes like this really sad story where like this kid is like lost and he doesn't know what's happening and he's trying to find his way. And like these things for some reason really grab me. And I'm like, oh, and it's a puzzle game. So you gotta puzzle your way through as well.
There was a game that was like claymation style ish that I remember that was kind of like Lost Kid, but like in a really weird world. This was like PS3 era. I don't remember what it was called. But then there was also another game I think also based I think it was based in like an African company that worked on it, and it was also like a narrative like that where it's just like really interesting
I
like
think I know what you're talking about.
yeah, like mysticism stuff like that. I'm not talking about like Zai Tales of Kanzera, not that one. Because that's yeah, because like that one is by oh god, it does have like African like lore mysticism and like lore stuff like that, which is presented very interesting. But it's done in a Metroidvania style, so like that's the difference. I really do want to play that one because I played the demo for it and I was like I kind of enjoy it. I really dug it.
That was good.
But yeah, I've yet to try Rime. I will probably try Rime at some point.
I would recommend it.
Yeah.
Very good game in my opinion.
Yeah. No, because like I bought the Sexy Brutale. And I'm like I hear this one is actually genuinely like really good. But I've yet to play them. All I could say is that GYLT is good. GYLT good.
And so the next thing of Blizzard releasing 1 and 2.
How do you feel about this? Go ahead. Go off.
This actually is really good. I will only say one thing. Some of it looks I don't know for certain. Very possibly they use some AI. It's very upscaled. Doesn't look like they really worked super hard to make it better, but it is, in my opinion, even if they used AI, it looks great because it's what's the word? Not completely better, but like to me, it looks like almost like a phone game now, which like today's phone games are very visually sophisticated, I think.
Yeah.
So I watched the videos on these two. They look really fucking good. Like it's a really good upscale.
Okay. I mean, I've yet to play the Warcraft games. I did buy 1 and 2 on GOG. Which also that's another thing is that those versions are gone on GOG. So if you got them, you got them. Yeah, the originals, they're gone.
Yeah. Somebody will host them.
Possibly at some point. But yeah, you can't purchase the original game. So if you want to play 1 and 2, you're gonna have to buy this version of Warcraft. But like I said, I know nothing of Warcraft in general. I know people were pissed off about 3 when it got reforged because people were like, well, we can't go back to the original 3rd game, and on top of that, this new one actually kind of sucks. So yeah,
that's why you have VMs.
Anyways,
Get that fucking Windows XP, baby, and put your discs back into a fucking machine. You know.
yeah, basically, you're gonna have to do that. You have to go
Make
get
sure
a
it's not
time
connected
machine.
to the internet.
Get a time machine to boot that shit up. Speaking about boot,
what? No.
no,
What? No.
what? Anyway, speaking about time machines and booting shit up, I don't know. This didn't really connect. So Hideaki Itsuno, the director behind Devil May Cry and Dragon's Dogma, has left Capcom and is starting his own company over at Tencent called what is it called? Lightspeed Japan.
Tencent?
I know everybody's joining Tencent. Like even the original creator of Yakuza is also there at Tencent.
Really?
Yeah. Tencent bought a lot of Japanese like companies, or like bought out a lot of Japanese directors, and like was like, hey, here's a new studio for you, because we got money from all that gotcha shit.
That's interesting.
But yeah, Hideaki Itsuno is at a new company. He started his new company with Tencent. He's looking forward to making whatever the fuck he wants, I guess. But we'll see what that happens. What that happens. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see a Devil May Cry game without Itsuno, but I mean, there were some good people behind Devil May Cry, that could probably take on the torch, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Speaking about passing the torch, hey, Sony was kind of interested in Kadokawa. Kadokawa is the parent company behind From Software and a bunch of other properties. I think also Spike Chunsoft as well. So this was kind of like in the woodworks, because like this was like the this was like the bait story of like, is Sony gonna buy From Software? Does Sony own Elden Ring? And it's like, no. Kadokawa just came out with a statement being like, they sent an email saying that like they're interested in buying Kadokawa, but like other than that, that's basically it.
It would be actually really funny. Not that it would happen, but it'd be really funny if Sony was like, we want to buy you, and like the next week you hear that Xbox bought them.
I'm trying to think, has Xbox bought a Japanese company yet?
Blizzard basically now.
Oh man. No, because like they were interested in buying a Japanese company, but I don't remember which one. I think it was Sega at some point they were interested in buying. Because it was during a time where Sega was not doing well financially, and funny enough, like
Nintendo and them kind of partnered up a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, that's true. I don't know. But anyways, Kadokawa owns like a bunch of like video game properties, which I was surprised to see that they own like the Octopath games, and they also own the new Mario and Luigi Brothership game. Same thing with like I said, they own Spike Chunsoft. So Spike Chunsoft is responsible for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Okay.
So yeah, they were interested in acquiring Kadokawa, but I don't think.
Did they Wang Chung tonight though?
Oh no, they did not Wang Chung. Anyways, anyways, speaking about Wang Chunging, did you know that Cyberpunk Edge Runners was so good that they're doing another one?
Do I need to watch Edge Runners?
I like Edge Runners.
Is it that good though?
It's really, but if you have the context, because I watched Edge Runners after I played Cyberpunk.
Do I need to play Cyberpunk first?
Not necessarily. Edge Runners does a pretty good job in establishing the fucked up shit that happens in the world of Cyberpunk, but playing Cyberpunk, you know, you're in the game and you experience more of that weird shit that's going on in that world.
If it goes on a good sale for Christmas, I'll buy it.
I do recommend Cyberpunk like now, because even then the Phantom Liberty DLC is actually genuinely really good, and Idris Elba is obviously top tier because that's Idris.
Yeah.
But I would
hold on.
Yes.
What the fuck did I see Idris in recently? Alien, but I thought there was something different.
Prometheus. We talked about that.
I saw him in Alien. Fuck, what else did I see him in?
He's Knuckles.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say if you're able to pick up Cyberpunk at a good price, it is really good. The other thing I would mention is that play the base game first, get one of the base game endings, then go back to like not an old save, but like because I think even then, no, yeah, once you beat the game, the game puts you back before you have the decision to get to the end game. It's one of those where it's like, okay, you're back before you made the decision of what you should do. From that point, play Phantom Liberty, and Phantom Liberty gives you something new, and it's a way better like thing that happens at the end. Yeah, Cyberpunk is I think now a really good game. And like the world itself, I think is like one of the most interesting parts of everything about that game.
Really quickly, I'm so sorry.
No,
I just looked it up really quick. Fucking great movie. Idris Elba was in the movie The Harder They Fall.
Oh yeah, whoa! Doesn't that have Jonathan Majors in it?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh god.
Bro, Jonathan Majors is a fucking great actor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Hey, I don't know what happened, bro. All I know is that he acts well.
Okay. Oh, you don't know we talked about the controversy.
Right, but I don't know if it happened.
He paid the settlement, I believe, but like, you know.
Yeah, but so did Michael Jackson.
That's true. Anyways,
sorry. Go.
No. Edge Runners is really good. But I would say like if you're like, all right, let me watch the show now before I get the game, yeah, you could do it. You could genuinely do it.
Yeah. I think I'll probably wait because I am now that I just talked about that, there's another movie I want to watch with Elba and Idris Elba. You know, we're on like second name basis is when we talk about each other.
Yeah,
so
me and Elba.
So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch it now. I do want to play that game though. Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah. No, Cyberpunk. I could go on and on about Cyberpunk, but like Edge Runners, it's a surprisingly good like its own side story. Essentially, with like the characters are really strong. It's also the other thing of like the show is like relatively short because I think it's like 8 episodes or 12 episodes, I don't remember, but Studio Trigger is the ones behind it, and like anything that they put out is like aces when it comes to like action. But yeah, just be prepared for the shit that you're gonna see in fucking Cyberpunk. Yeah, man, Cyberpunk is genuinely really good. It's so funny too that like my feelings towards Cyberpunk has like changed obviously after playing it, because I was like in the bandwagon of like when it came out of it being a buggy mess and be like, why are people paying for this fucking buggy ass game? And now that I
returned mine. Yeah,
and now that it's fixed, hilariously enough, it's like it's genuinely a really good fucking game. And the story is like really interesting. The world is really fucking cool. But like there's also that undertone of like it being incredibly fucked up of like the situation and the circumstances that this world is in. And then like Keanu Reeves being like, wake the fuck up, samurai. And
wake the fuck up, samurai.
Wake the fuck up.
When that was like come. That was the tone that set the entire like thing, because that was our introduction
to that world. Is just like, what the fuck is Keanu Reeves what is he doing? Like what is he?
Why is Keanu Reeves in here, and why is he cursing at me?
Why is he saying he's gonna use my body and fuck it?
Why is Daddy cursing?
I'm gonna
wake the fuck up, samurai. Ooh woo.
Do you come? I just keep thinking about those memes. Those memes with like the fucking cyberpunk music after Keanu Reeves just says, "Do you come?" Yeah, man, it's good, but like that Phantom Liberty DLC like took it to like a new like a new ground, because it's like, oh shit, this is fucking Escape from New York / LA.
It's so funny though that they were like, oh, we know it'll get people into this shit, Keanu Reeves, and then the next one they were like, oh, you know what, Idris Elba, by the way, like two super badass people that we just got back to back, which is super smart. Super smart.
It's incredibly smart, because like the whole Idris shit, it was just like, oh fuck, they got fucking Idris in this shit. He's gonna tell me shit about The Wire. He's gonna be like, you gotta get out of your head in Baltimore. Yeah, man. Like, I forget his character's name, but like he's also like very well written. As well.
Don't ruin anything, by the way, because I do.
No, I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna really say anything because I would say just play the game. Like I said, get a base ending and then reload and then play the expansion. It's like it's so worth it. It's so worth it because when that expansion.
I remember there's like 3 characters you can be or something or
three backgrounds. Yeah, 3 backgrounds you can be. You can either be a nomad, corpo, and I forget what the other one was, like street kid. Yeah, that street kid or something. I chose nomad for my first run, and then
I think my first one was street guy. I only made like 2 hours in or something.
Yeah, corpo has something interesting that I do hear is actually pretty good. But whenever I decide to go back at Cyberpunk again, we'll see. But yeah, but Edge Runners overall, like if like you have that itch to get into the world of Cyberpunk,
I'm definitely gonna Edge.
Yeah, you gonna run that Edge?
Nope.
Oh,
just the first part.
Do you come?
Nope.
Yeah, it's good. But yes, they're planning on another animation of Cyberpunk, another project. I think there's also like other projects announced. I mean, there's also the sequel for Cyberpunk that's in the works. But obviously after The Witcher 4, and possibly after The Witcher remake.
I actually do want to know your opinion on the one of the next things we have in the news. I'm really actually interested in this.
All right. So yeah, that's it for Cyberpunk. Oh, the other thing is that like they don't know whether or not it's going to be Studio Trigger working on Cyberpunk, but we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Next one. Microsoft confirms Windows 11 update kills Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and other Ubisoft games.
This isn't the one, but he just got finished talking about.
So I talked about Star Wars Outlaw a little bit because that was like the other thing I mentioned. Obviously, they're on the Steam page. Besides people not being able to goon, they are not able to actually open the game. Yeah, There's a weird thing that's happening with Windows 11. I believe they patched that. Now I believe it's patched. But there was something going on with a specific version of Windows 11 that for some reason would not allow Ubisoft games to work. Or even then, Ubisoft would not allow the games to open on that version of Windows 11. Who knows? It's mostly probably Ubisoft. I mean, it obviously was Ubisoft from that standpoint. But it's very bizarre because basically people would just get a black screen when trying to boot up Valhalla or any other Assassin's Creed games or even the Avatar game. But yes, I believe they patched it. So we'll see if any other games get fucking destroyed.
I actually, because I updated my computer with the SSD recently, I had to buy a Windows 11 copy. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, they were on sale for $11, which I don't know if that's normal, but or as I'm saying is because the 11 thing just happened, and I was gonna say I haven't had any issues yet with any games, but now that I have a Windows 11, we'll find out.
You'll find out.
Yeah,
at some point.
Yeah.
I was gonna buy like some of the games on from Ubisoft, like Far Cry 6 and Avatar on PC, but then I was seeing that like Avatar also has some problems on PC. So I was like, well, I got the copy for like PS5, so I'll just play the PS5 version because I'm a little bitch and I'm like, I might as well just buy the thing that I bought it like a while ago for. But we'll see, because I still want to play through Far Cry 6 because I know like that's like one of the most polarizing Far Cry games because of just like good actor but not great villain in it. Yeah. And then the Avatar game looks very pretty, but you know, Avatar is okay. Avatar.
So I wanted to know how you feel about the Mortal Kombat 1 DLC getting canceled.
Well, it's okay. So there's clarification on this a little bit. All right, because I watched big talking heads talk about it, specifically the Maximilian dude. So it's not technically canceled. They're still going to put out the rest of the characters. I believe who's left is Conan and the T-1000. But this is something that I do realize has been happening with Mortal Kombat, is that like from when the game was released, it was in a very bad state. Like it felt unfinished. Funny enough, with a lot of characters being broken. That's the shit that I remember. Like, people were like, why is this character able to do this amount of shit for like little to no effort? There's also the online stuff where like the online feels incredibly bare bones. Even now, it still is really like bare bones. Because you just go into like a menu and it's like, okay, do you want to play online? Okay, wait. Just wait. You can't do practice mode or anything like that. You just gotta wait on a screen. But it's interesting. But this is also the other thing we've talked about, is that this is most likely a decision from Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is not in a good place as well financially. We've seen that throughout the course of this year as well, with the amount of closures and the amount of stuff that they've been cutting. Rest in peace, Wild E. Coyote live action movie with John Cena in it. Or rest in peace, Batgirl movie with Michael Keaton. But they're not in a good financial spot, because a lot of their stuff is not doing relatively well. So there's also the thing of what do they own as properties that they know is going to sell well, but at this current state, they're going to have to wait a little bit for. And it is usually anything that involves DC characters. So there's Injustice. People talk about like, okay, what is after Mortal Kombat? It's most likely going to be Injustice 3. Don't really know, because we have to wait and see. Or fuck it, let's go Mortal Kombat again for the next year and see how that does, because Mortal Kombat is, a very, I wouldn't say I would say its audience is very general, because anybody can buy just Mortal Kombat and be like, I want to see people do fucking crazy shit and rip their heads off and that kind of shit, because it's a gory fighting game. So it is DC property, Mortal Kombat, Harry Potter, and Batman, specifically Batman. And those are their big properties. So right now, Batman is in a weird state, because like obviously Rocksteady had that whole issue with Kill the Justice League, which I don't know whether or not this is on here. No, I didn't put it on here because this happened like recently. That Kill the Justice League is going to put an offline mode, because eventually they realize that like they're probably going to shut down the servers, so there will be an offline mode for Kill the Justice League.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rocksteady's in a weird place with that. I believe Monolith, the studio behind Lord of the Rings is also the other franchise that they own. But anyways, Monolith is working on a Wonder Woman game, so there's that, but that's kind of like in development hell, because there has been no talks about it. And then yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is also like their biggest game, because obviously the audience for that are people who really like J.K. Rowling's weird transphobic rants. No, because like, people love Harry Potter. They love the world of Harry Potter. It's like those are the big things that Warner Brothers owns that can be interactive properties and have been interactive properties. But for Mortal Kombat, it's in a weird spot. Like I said, like I don't know how it did sales wise of like specifically the expansion stuff. But I know a lot of people had their beef about the expansion, about it being like fucking like $50. And then even the lineup of like guest characters. I like the guest characters. I think they're really interesting. Because Ghostface surprisingly is actually pretty fun, and the references that he makes is actually really fun. But there are people who are like, I don't know this fuck. Why is Arnold Schwarzenegger with long hair and sword? I don't get it. And it's like, my boomer dad likes it. And it's like, yeah, because the guys behind Mortal Kombat are kids from the 80s that loved that shit. So it makes sense. Yeah, so I'm very interested to see what they plan on doing. It's also, this rumor came from somebody that is kind of a credible source, because the specific person was able to I think get information about like the expansion and like the characters that were coming up. And then even I think for MK11 was also another thing that they're credited for finding out like specific background stuff behind MK11. So that's why it's in a weird spot of like Mortal Kombat 1 of just like, is it truly canceled after expansion? Who knows? You know, like I said, NetherRealm is under the whims of Warner Brothers. So there's that. And like I said, Warner Brothers is not in a great financial spot. So it's possibly true that they won't do another season of characters, which is unfortunate because like I did like the weird shit at MK11 of like the weird characters that came out a little bit afterwards. I'm still really upset that Ash Williams could not be in MK11 because I would have picked that game the fuck up again. Because I think it was last minute that they put in the Joker for MK11. Because I think some kind of like weird financial shit happened with Bruce Campbell. Some shit happened like that. I don't know, speculations. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 1, like I said, is a very weird game. Because also the other thing about MK1 is that it is a pretty like precise game when it comes to like doing inputs, and I would say it's not a very beginner friendly Mortal Kombat game. Like you have to like do everything very precisely, and timing is also a very key factor within the game as well. Even cameos I think is also a weird thing. But it is enjoyable because of the fact of like, okay, let's do some crazy combos and shit, but let's add more to it by adding these other weirdo characters to help set up combos and shit. Like, I do like the cameo system. I think that is the interesting part of it. But at the end result, you know, I have made my complaints of Mortal Kombat 1 of just like my fucking thumbs hurt because I'm trying to use the fucking PS5 dual sense fucking controller shit, and the D-pad fucking sucks on that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is rough, and it is a game that is not friendly to arcade stick, because like
Mortal Kombat bad.
Mortal Kombat should have John McClane in season 2.
True. Would make it better.
Yeah, I mean,
so what was it with Virtual Fighter 5?
Oh, hey, with the death of Mortal Kombat 1, something else has been revived. Virtual Fighter 5. So Virtual Fighter 5 came out last year with like an updated version of it, done in like the Ryuga Gotoku engine, the RGG engine from Yakuza. So it's basically the new Yakuza engine working for Virtual Fighter 5. So when that got announced and when that got released, that was for like PS4 and Xbox. A lot of fighting game heads were like, yeah, it's all right. But the net code is very weird. I think somebody said like it was like, oh god, it's like the net code is like, it was just bizarre. It's like weird server based net code that like it works sometimes and then it doesn't work. Like it was just bizarre. So Sega announced Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, which is basically that version, but given kind of an upgrade. So basically it has rollback support, 4K update with some high res textures, and they have like a tournament and a league mode for 16 players. And then, yeah, basically the gist of fighting game stuff. But rollback finally for Virtua Fighter. Is this Virtua Fighter 6? No, it's not. But, Virtua Fighter.
No, basically, yeah.
If it does well, I mean, because this is the thing, is that, like, if a property comes out and it's like, okay, here's a remaster of it. Let's see if anybody's anticipating, like, a sequel or something, or see how well this does to see whether or not we still have an audience for this thing. If it does sell well, okay, maybe we might have plans for a sequel. That's how usually this
of
shit
course.
works. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see that, yes, it's also coming to Steam. So there's that.
It'll be cool to see how this goes.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Virtua Fighter 5. I like what it does because it's very, I wouldn't say it's basic, but it is one of those games that it's like, okay, you do buttons. It's very easy to do, but there's some cool ass shit that you can do that like can like really make you good at Virtua Fighter. And then even
press buttons.
Yeah, press buttons. And then even like the stage stuff is, I think, is also the fun part of like ring outs and stuff like that, or like breaking through a fence and then somebody gets a ring out, or like Izuna dropping somebody into the water is also.
I mean, I'll
like,
only buy it if I can play as Jake Paul.
I mean, I'm trying to think who's like the Jake Paul of this world. I guess Jackie Bryant. I mean, because he just has blonde hair. I mean, but I like Jackie. He's not like a dick like Jake Paul. Like, but here's the thing: if Jackie Bryant were to try to come to me and be like, "Hey, I'm selling a shit coin," I'd be like, "All right, tell me more about the shit coin, Jackie." Some of the characters are fun. Like I said, Jackie Bryant, I think, is like the funniest like character because he's Bruce Lee, but done in like the most boisterous blonde dude. And like I don't know, Jackie is like genuinely like really fun to play because of the whole like Jeet Kune Do stuff. I think I also like Jean as well, or Jean.
Jean Njiku NG.
I think his name is pronounced Jean now that I think about it. But anyways, Jean Kujo is his name, and he does karate. Yeah, Virtua Fighter is pretty fun. It can be fun. It makes me miss Dead or Alive a little bit, but then I never really got into Dead or Alive as much.
Yeah, but I'm always just dead instead of alive, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, Street Fighter 6. All right, so yeah, Virtua Fighter is making a comeback. Hey, did you know that, speaking about Ubisoft, so this has been a running thing from what I remember. I know there was someone in particular that was talking about the whole thing that's happening with The Crew.
Yeah.
That The Crew went down, the servers went down, so basically the game is unplayable. And this has become a huge thing in the consumer laws world because of the fact that whether or not you own a game at this point anymore, because obviously the whole thing with digital media of like whether or not you are owning the game or owning the thing that you bought digitally, or you're just given the rights to play with it as long as they decide for as long as you can play with it. So The Crew is one of those biggest factors of like, okay, here's a game that came out full price within like the 4 or 5 years it was out. Okay, The Crew 2, we've now made a decision to get rid of The Crew 1 because we want people to move on to The Crew 2. So it's like, so what the fuck? I want to keep playing The Crew 1 because there's still stuff that I own and still stuff that I bought and still things that I want to do. And it's like, no, you got to move it forward to The Crew 2 because Ubisoft is like, you got to buy a new thing now. So yes, now this is being brought to court by a movement that believes that video games should be preserved, and then even then things like publishers giving you a license for something digital should not be a thing. You should own the thing that you bought. It's leading into a whole big thing. Basically, this is a can of worms, essentially. Is this a bad thing? No, of course not. I think I've said multiple times that video game preservation is like one of the biggest factors that a lot of like companies do not look at, and they kind of tend to gloss over it, and or even then when they have the ability to do some kind of preservation, they do it for a limited time only, which is something I remembered about like the fucking Nintendo shit where they were doing like, hey, here's Mario the 30th anniversary, but it's limited, or here's Fire Emblem, but it's also limited, so buy it now or miss out on it. So like that kind of shit is like the FOMO stuff is the shit that I get annoyed with. But we'll see where it goes. Obviously, like I said, this opens up a can of worms for consumer rights laws and things like that. But we'll see. Yeah, but like that was the biggest thing from what I remember. Like earlier, what was it, earlier this? Oh yeah, it was this year that it happened where they were getting rid of the servers for the Crew 1. But yeah, that's why, like, for me personally, like, a lot of online games don't really appeal to me, because it's like, this shit, it lives and dies on the server. So it's like, once the server is gone, it's like you can't play this game anymore. So like, at some point, if I do ever want to revisit something, it's like, no, it's gone for good. But chonch don't play online games except for fighting games. We'll leave the Game Awards stuff for the end, obviously. But what else we got?
Rivals.
Marvel Rivals. That's the thing I wanted to start off initially. Speaking about NetEase, is it NetEase? Hold on. Yes, NetEase. So, this headline reads, Marvel Rivals and Destiny Rising employees at NetEase arrested. So some insider trading happened.
Okay, that's what it was, yeah.
Yes, it was insider trading between, who was it? 2 senior executives. Insider trading and money laundering. The amount is, let's see.
Was it like 2 billion?
Yes, 2 billion yuan.
2 billion?
2 billion yuan.
Oh, right. No, sorry.
But,
276 million. 278 million.
But I believe that's converted into dollars. Because it's 2 billion yuan.
Okay, so it's a little bit less than 8 million or 800 million.
Yes, so it's not a small amount, but still, the 2 executives have been arrested.
Okay.
I'm going to butcher these names. I probably will not say it, but one of them was the head of the esports division, and the other one was part of the publishing side of NetEase. So yeah, but even then, there's something that I saw recently that, like, apparently China is cracking down on a lot of their video game gacha shit, and it's like, it's crazy to think that, like, all of these gacha games and stuff like that is mostly from China. The powerhouse at this point is China, because obviously of them buying stuff up, Tencent and NetEase, and now the whole thing that's happening with the Chinese government of, like, yeah, we're doing a crackdown on, like, video game addiction. And these gacha games kind of fall into a hole of gambling. So in order to protect the kids, we're basically putting, like, restrictions on these things. And now it's basically gotten in the way of, like, a bunch of money for these Chinese companies, specifically NetEase and Tencent. Because most of the money that they've made is usually from these gacha games, such as Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail or waifu anime game. Honking my rail till I star. Anyways, yeah, it's like I said as well. I've said multiple times, those gacha games never really got to me. I was interested in Genshin Impact at a point, but I was just like, no, I don't like the whole thing of, like, reroll for better character to play as, or here's a shiny version of this character, and I'm like, I don't care, because like the designs.
What's funny is that game was actually really good, regardless of that thing. You didn't have to have a good character to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's I guess that's a good part, because it's not technically pay to win then. Yeah. But then there's also the shit with, like, Zenless Zone Zero. It's like, here's some really cool designs and stuff like that, but, like, the gacha implementation of, like, here's a different character, but it's not technically pay to win, but it's like, do you want to spend money to see other character or play other character?
No, that's true. I mean, even with the
I would say that you can kind of, like, make the connection with Genshin. That and DLC stuff, but yeah. Even
with Genshin, it was like, you could pay and make the game easier, or you could just run it, and, like, you'll have to grind multiple days. You only have certain hours to do it.
Yeah.
So, like, for sure, it's, like, still gotcha. But to me, like, if you make a good game and there's a free option to it, I'll probably still play it.
Yeah, I don't know. And like I said, they never got me. It's funny too, because, like, I usually watch, like, some other, like, YouTubers and stuff like that, and they're, like, really into that stuff. There's one YouTuber that I wouldn't say I watch, but I've seen some clips about, and I do like her stuff. but like she's kind of into it because of the fact that she voices some of the characters. So it kind of makes sense that like, oh, you know, I'll play the game that I voice in.
Right.
But like the whole monetizing stuff behind it is just one of the things that I'm like, I never really like was like, oh man, that shiny thing. I think that's the thing that it usually is like supposed to hit people in their reptilian part of their brain of just like shiny thing. Gotta get more shiny thing.
Jones,
They're about to getcha me. No, I don't want to be gotcha'd. Yeah, we also talked about a little bit about Marvel Rivals. I've not played it because game booted me out, so
Yeah.
we'll see. But yeah, I hear good stuff about it. But this is one of the funniest things to ever happen of like fucking money laundering and insider trading and shit like that.
Super weird, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey man,
Sure, it happens though.
yeah, businesses be businessing.
Oh shit! Ooh, I'm sorry.
Yo, man. Before we get to the nominations for the Game Awards, hey, did you know Shadow of the Erdtree was announced for a nomination for Game of the Year?
Yep. And I saw people get upset.
Yeah, people were upset of it because of it being a DLC campaign. Because
Which is fair.
that is fair, but I'm like, didn't Elden Ring win Game of the Year in 2022? Right? Yeah, it did. So it's like this weird thing of like DLC, but I mean, like Shadow of the Erdtree is such a huge fucking expansion. But I do agree.
Oh, yeah.
I do agree. It is very weird to put that in there when we have like other stuff, you know, that came out this year that is a game instead of an expansion.
Paid promotion's crazy, dog.
It do be like it do be like that sometimes. Jeff Kiwi
hates America.
Jeff Kiwi loves it when you give him money to do promotion.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
That guy walks on stage again and talks about Bill Clinton.
Ah, God, can't wait for that kid to come up on stage again.
I hope he's selling Hawk 2 coins.
Yeah, and he's like, Bill Clinton sold me a Hawk to a coin. Rabbi Bill Clinton. Rabbi Bill Clinton gave me Hawk to a coin, and then that's how the Game Awards ends again.
Alright, fuck the Game Awards. I mean, the Game Awards.
Fuck cool, the Game Awards. Anyways, the Game Awards. Okay, hold on. I put up. Okay, so yes, these are the nominations for the Game Awards. I think I'll leave Game of the Year for last, but I'll start with Best Game Direction. So what we got is Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Metaphor ReFantasio. Best Narrative.
Wait. Best Narrative is
Mhm.
Die Hard 1, Die Hard 2.
Indiana
Die
Jones.
Hard.
All of them. Oh, man, so good. Indiana Jones.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, best narrative, FF7 Rebirth, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Metaphor, Senua Saga, Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. Art direction, Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Shadow of the Erdtree, Metaphor, Neva. Best score and music, Astrobot, FF7, Metaphor, Silent Hill 2, Stellar Blade. Best audio design, Astrobot, COD 6, Blop 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua Saga, Hellblade 2, Silent Hill 2. Best performance, Hannah Tell from Life is Strange Double Exposure, Brianna White from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Humberly Gonzalez in Star Wars Outlaws, Luke Roberts in Silent Hill 2, Melina Jurgens in Senua Saga Hellblade 2. There's innovation in accessibility, Blop 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, Star Wars Outlaws, Games for Impact, Closer the Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Senua Saga Hellblade 2, Tales of Kanzera, Zao, Best Ongoing Game, Destiny 2, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 7-14. Oh, excuse, I said Final Fantasy 7-14. Final Fantasy 14. Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Best Community Support, Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, No Man's Sky, Independent Game, Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Neva, UFO 50, Best debut indie game: Balatro, Animal Well, Manor Lords, Pacific Drive, The Plucky Squire. Oh god, I still have to play that game. Best mobile game: AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon trading card game, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero. Best VR AR game: Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, Metro Awakening. Do you want to take this? Because I want to take a drink of my water.
Yeah, which one?
Best action game.
Best action game: Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines 2. Best action adventure game: Astrobot, Prince of Persia Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaw, The Legend of Zelda's, almost said League of Legends, Echoes of Wisdom.
The League
Best
of...
RPG: Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring Shadows of Erdtree. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor ReFantasio. Best fighting game: Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising Arc System Works Games. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Arcade Classics, Multiverses, and Tekken 8. Is Multiverses back?
Yes. but not in a good state from what I understand.
Best family game: Princess Peach Showtime, Astrobot, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, The Plucky Squire. By the way, you should play the Plucky Squire. It's good.
I really should.
Best sim/strategy game: Frostpunk 2, Age of Mythology Retold.
Kinitsugami, Path of the
Thank you.
Goddess. Yeah, because I've been playing that game.
I'm looking at the thing like cat. Manor Lords, Unicorn Overlord.
Oh man, I really gotta play Unicorn or Overlord.
Best
Shit.
sports/racing game: F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K25. They're all Top Spin 2K25, WWE 2K24.
2K games.
Best multiplayer game: Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, Warhammer 40K, Space Marines 2. Best adaptation: Arcane, Fallout, Knuckles, Like a Dragon, Yakuza. There's a TV show for that.
Yes, but I hear that the adaptation is very weird. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft. Most anticipated game: Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Ghost of Yotai. Grand Theft Auto 5,
6.
6. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Delete that.
Grand Theft Auto 8.
Oh my god.
It's all right.
I feel really dumb.
Metro Prime 7.
Metro. Oh, fuck you, dude. Metro Prime 4 Beyond. Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll fucking delete this entire video.
No.
Content Creator of the Year: Case O. Don't know that one.
Hello, Juan.
Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, Usada Pekora.
She's a VTuber, from what I understand.
Best esport game: Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2, League of Legends, obviously League of Legends. Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, obviously not that game. Valorant, maybe a second one right there, you know. Best esports athlete: 33, Netta something. Oh, okay, you read these ones.
33 Netta Shapira.
Oh wait, Faker. Never mind. Nobody else. Faker. That's all.
Okay, there you go. Faker or Zwoo or Zm. God, fucking esports motherfuckers. Anyways,
this guy hates esports.
I hate that. I hate it. Anyways, esports team. I know you love to jork it to
it's
Billy
T1, Billy, or Genji. Anything League of Legends.
There you go. Say you love to jork it. But yeah, that is it. All I know from this nomination list is a lot of fighting game heads fucking hated the nominations for best fighting game, because a lot of people didn't agree with the fact that Multiverses deserved to be on here again. Because of the fact that like it was an unfinished game when it was nominated. And what was it? And then even the state now for multiverses is in a very weird spot. You don't really hear people talking about it as much. But even then, there have been other fighting games that came out this year. There's Under Night in Birth that also came out this year, but nobody talked about Under Night. Yeah, so multiverse is like the biggest one that people don't really agree on. Same thing with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Like, it is an arena fighter, but it's one of those things where it's like it's more of a I feel like it's more of a party game. And I like Sparking Zero. Like, from what I played, I do like it, but it's like fighting game. Yeah, it's got fighting in it, but like that's almost as arbitrary as like Sifu in best fighting game. Cuz you got punches and kicks. But yeah, I guess we'll see what the fuck happens. But who's winning content creator of the year? It's going to be Queso.
Probably. Good for him, though.
Yeah, good for him. Then he can go on and talk about more cheeseburgers.
I'm fat, so I can say this. It's probably cool to be a fat guy and win, you know?
Damn, bro, we're going to be living in the time of fat guys.
Yeah, we out here.
Fat guys rise up.
Time to drive through Taco Bell.
The other thing I wanted to mention is that, like, I guess I want to talk about, like, most anticipated games. What are you anticipating for on this list?
I'm gonna sound. I know I sound like I hate everything. I know I do. I do.
None of it.
I don't care.
Wow.
This is why, like, you have to give me some time to, like.
Oh shit! Drop my phone.
Really collect my thoughts, because, like, right now I'm not excited for anything, but I'm sure there's a game.
Yeah.
And it's probably not on the list.
Okay, that's fair. Or yeah, probably something was announced for like next year and like nothing really. It's not shown on here. I'm anticipating Death Stranding 2, but that's just me. Because I really like Death Stranding 1, because how fucking weird that game is, and I want to see what weird shit Hideo Kojima is like. Now, I'll put Norman Reedus in the sky, and everybody claps.
Fucking Reed, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm more interested in Death Stranding 2. Ghost of Yote, I do want to see. Obviously, it's probably going to play like Ghost of Tsushima, but like I'm interested to see what other stuff they add to the Tsushima formula. And Monster Hunter Wilds is like third for me, because it's like I do like Monster Hunter, but I still gotta fucking play the other Monster Hunter games I have, because I'm like near the end of World, and then I haven't booted up Rise at all. No, I have. Excuse me, I was wrong about that. I have booted up Rise, but I have not gotten too far with it. And what is the other thing I wanted to mention? I feel weird about Black Myth Wukong, to be quite honest, as Game of the Year, because like visually it is a very impressive game, but gameplay wise, I don't know. Like I kind of
looks terrible.
I kind of fell off a little bit. I probably will return at some point, but like the boss fights were something that really annoyed the fuck out of me when playing the game, and like they irked me sometimes because of the hitbox. And like it I don't know. Black Myth Wukong is such a bizarre game for me, because it's just like there's neat stuff that's going on because of it being based in like the Journey to the West, because it's technically a sequel to Journey to the West. But even then, it's just like there's a lot of references that Journey to the West.
It's a sequel to the movie?
No, Journey to the West.
There's a game called Journey to the West?
I mean, Journey to the West is like the oldest Chinese like fantasy tale.
Right, but I'm saying it's a sequel to what, the book, the movie?
Yeah, to the tale.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
the movie, I don't know if you've seen the movies. The movies are fantastic.
I saw the one that was directed by Stephen Chow. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I should actually play that then. I don't know. It looked lackluster to me.
But here's the thing. I would for the story of Black Myth Wukong, it's not like directly like you're gonna pick up like exactly what's going on. The problem is that like it's mostly based on the tale itself. So if you know anything about like specific like Buddhism or like specific characters from the story itself and like what their background stuff happens, because obviously that's more explained in the tall tale, like that is like the thing that is mostly appealing about it, of like, okay, what happened to this character like years ago, or like his story after the journey ended, like that kind of shit. So like even if you were to play the game, you're not really gonna pick up on like certain things, because like I was like, who the fuck is this character? And it's like, oh, this is a character from the story. Like that character's always been in the story, but he was just never presented in that way. And it's like, oh, okay. Because the Chinese myth, the tale itself is very, very weird and bizarre, but it's very interesting because I was reading like a little bit of the history behind it. And it's very, very interesting of just like where China was like religious and spiritually to create a story like that. But overall, but back to the game, like I said, Black Myth Wukong is such a bizarre thing because like visually it is incredibly impressive. Gameplay wise, I don't know, there's something about it that like didn't really speak to me as much. And I got like midway through the game. But I've just gotten to like some boss fights were like pissing the fuck out of me because it's just like this doesn't feel balanced like at all. Like the one I can think of is like that centipede boss fight and like the ice dragon, where like I'm trying to attack this thing, but this thing is like, its hitbox is so distorted and weird because it's like a slithering like dragon that like every time I think I hit it, I'm not doing any damage, and it gets frustrating. I'm just like, okay, what am I doing wrong? And then I have to look up guides and stuff like that. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Because like there was also that boss with the golden monk, where I was just like, okay, I feel like I'm doing something wrong, and then I looked up at videos on like guides on how to do it, and I'm like, okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. So like there is a very specific thing to the game where it's like how you play it, you could be playing it wrong, and I think that's the thing that irks me, is just like you should do other stuff, you should do other builds, but the build that you're currently on is like not the most optimal, and it's like that's unfortunate, and like that sucks because it's like I want to do this with my build or like the way I want to play the game, but it's like no, you should probably play it the other way. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is very bizarre. Like I said, people could disagree with me and be like, "No, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking out of my ass," because you know, I'm an ass talker. But overall, it's just like I probably will go back to it at some point. But at the moment, like there's other stuff I want to play, because obviously Metaphor is like the biggest thing that I wanted to play this year, besides Yakuza 8, which I should really play before the year ends. But I don't have enough time. Because after Metaphor, I do want to play Indiana Jones, because the movies are fresh in my mind. But yeah, Black Myth Wukong is very bizarre for me. I don't know if Wesley beat it. I think he's close to beating it or something. But I
thought he beat it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to ask him his opinions because it's just like me and him differ when certain games like that. I know he doesn't like the Souls games, which is the weird thing. And Black Myth Wukong is kind of a Souls game, but like it's more actiony. But like I said, overall, like the gameplay is something that like I got really frustrated at sometimes, of just like, oh, here's this secret item that you wouldn't have figured out unless you explored this section of the game like really deep, dense into it, that would probably help you with like one of these bosses. And I'm just like, oh, okay. But to be fair, the game does give you the option to like explore certain levels and stuff like that. But to the game's credit as well, the cutscenes at the end of each chapter are artistically very beautiful. There was one that was stop motion that I was like, wow, this is this is incredible, of just like the budget of like what they were doing. And on top of that, there was like another short of like this turtle demon thing that came out of the ocean, and people were like getting gold from this thing, and like the animation for that is wonderful. It is so like, it's incredible. Like I said, like a lot of the cutscenes are just like artistically and visually beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, the gameplay itself is like very on and off for me. But as for other shit, I haven't played Astrobot. I do want to play Astrobot. I hear it's genuinely very, very good.
Oh, it's fun, yeah.
Yeah.
I played it on my brother's system.
Okay, I should really play Astrobot. Balatro I did play, yes, I did it. I do really enjoy it. It is a very addictive game, because obviously going back and to try out different runs. but I feel like that's a very niche audience because obviously some people are not very intrigued with card games. I know I wasn't at a point up until fucking Inscription called me in. Gotta give a shout out to Inscription. But Balatro, I genuinely think is a very good game. As for Game of the Year, it would be fucking nuts to see it. But, you know, from people that I follow online, they talk about Balatro like it genuinely is a contender for Game of the Year, which I'm very interested to see whether or not it does win. We're ready to talk about Black Myth Wukong. Shadow of the Erdtree, like I mentioned, is very bizarre for me because I really enjoyed my time with Shadow of the Erdtree. But as an expansion to be nominated for Game of the Year, I think is very weird, especially in the year where other games came out this year that could have been nominated for Game of the Year. Also, that's the other thing of just like, why not wait like January, February to do Game of the Year? Because it's like this month also you're cutting off a bunch of other games that came out this year. Like obviously Indiana Jones is another one, but then you have to wait until next year to announce them. Like it's very bizarre. I never understood why Jeff Keighley did that, but that's just me. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, man. When you want to talk about a fucking dense ass game, that's a dense ass game. I really like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but the problem is that I feel like that game plays it way too fucking safe with its story. Because obviously I like the weird shit that was going on in Remake, and I was really hoping more weird shit would happen. But Rebirth is just essentially, hey, here's the middle section of Final Fantasy VII with some little sprinkles of some weird stuff, but that's basically it. That's all you're gonna get. And then the same outcome happens at the end of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But overall, the acting, the character stuff, like all the minigame shit, it's to a point where some people were feeling really fatigued with the game because of how dense it was. But I still liked Rebirth. I really liked my time with it, and I still got to go back and fight that secret boss at some point. But
it's a secret. But
no, well, I mean, it's not a secret anymore because like it's added to the narrative. But Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I really did enjoy, but I don't know if it's personally my game of the year. I would say it's runner up to me personally. But that Metaphor, baby. If Metaphor fucking wins, Metaphor is genuinely like I said, it was one of my most anticipated games besides Like a Dragon. But having still playing it and still getting to like the narrative stuff, it's done so fucking well. It's so good. I had an old friend of mine like send me a text message to ask me about the Persona stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, they came out with a new game this year called Metaphor. I'm like, I don't know if you would be interested in it because like it's high fantasy stuff, but like it's genuinely like really fucking good. But man, fucking Metaphor is the shit, man. Metaphor is so fucking good. And I also forgot, like, Persona 3 Reload came out this year, so there's also that. Like, that's another 2024 game. But obviously it's not up here because, I don't know, it's very weird. This year genuinely has been very good for video games. Like, it's been a very good year for video games. But we'll have to see. What is your personal GOTY pick? Well, I would say you haven't played
League of Legends.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only thing you played. There's
I don't think I played anything this year that's like this year.
Yeah, that's also the other thing. I haven't been playing too many current stuff. I've been like going back and revisiting some stuff that I haven't played. Like trying to clear my back catalog mostly.
Backlog.
My backlog. Or like trying to get like a refresher like you did with Jedi.
What about your front log?
My front log too huge. Yeah, because like I'm looking at this list and like I played 4 out of 5 of these. Well, no wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 out of the 6 games. Because I still haven't played Astrobot, but what I got from the PlayStation 5 thing, what is it called? Is it called? What the fuck is the PS5 demo? The one that you get?
What do you mean, Astro?
Yeah. the fuck is it called?
Astro Boy.
No, Astrobot, bro.
Oh, Astro Boy. Yeah. Okay. Why are you asking me?
I'm trying to remember what the fuck the actual demo was called.
Oh, I have no fucking idea.
I don't remember what Astro's Playroom. That's what it was called.
Right.
I would assume it's similar to Astro's Playroom, but obviously a lot more what's added to it. You know, I saw some clips of like, okay, here's some PlayStation characters in here. But I do hear it's good. But yeah, like that's the other thing is like, I do want to play Astrobot, but you know, all the other stuff that I mentioned is like, for me personally, Metaphor is like top. It's top. And it's funny too, because like the beginning of Metaphor, I wasn't really feeling it. Like the opening sequence of like, okay, this feels a little generic of like, okay, you're a stranger and here's your character vehicle that you're playing as your protagonist. Here's this fantasy stuff. Until the actual like politics started kicking in and like the segregation and all the gross shit about that world of Metaphor started really kicking in, and I'm like, okay, I'm in. I am fully in. And then like the narrative of like, okay, here comes the fucking magic shit into the world, and I'm like, okay, this is really fucking cool. And just the setup is like incredibly interesting. Even the cutscene, I would have to say, is something that also I liked as well. But when like starting off the game is where I was just like, I don't know about this. But then like playing more of it and like getting to know the characters of your party, and then getting to know one of the best fucking characters, Hizme, is like peak. Hizme is incredibly well written. One of the best characters I've seen in like a Persona like RPG in forever. Yeah, Metaphor is really good. That's all I have to say. Anyways, Game of the Year. Are you excited? It's happening on the 12th, so keep that on your calendar.
What is the 12th, right?
Yeah, I will probably be streaming that, but I just wanted to mention that.
Be watching.
Yeah, we'll see. Sad there's nothing about the Lake House for Alan Wake 2, because that's a good ass DLC. Very good.
Alan Wake 2 was a lot of fun to watch.
So good. Such a good game. I saw an old friend of mine like post something on his social media, and I was like, yo, you gonna play Alan Wake? And he's like, oh no, I hear good stuff about it. I'm like, yo, I highly recommend it. He's like, all right, I'll play Alan Wake. I'm like, okay, cool. All right, so yeah, that's it. That's it for the news. Get excited for whatever the fuck Hideo Kojima is gonna say.
Yourself.
I'm still also curious about his other shit, the fucking OD shit with Jordan Peele.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
If it comes to light, who knows? They might just cancel this shit.
Yeah, who knows? If Hideo was like, no, we've canceled it and remade it into Death Stranding 3. Next to the beach. I don't know. We'll see. All right. That's it. Anything you wanted to add for Game of the Year? No?
Nah.
All right.
Again, I don't have anything that I'm like, I might go try Lotto or some shit. If it goes on sale good enough, I'll probably pick it up.
I mean, I think I saw it on sale for like $11. So.
Yeah. Again, it has to be on the sale that I wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like, I'm probably not going to play that game enough like that.
Mm.
Did that shotgun game come out this year? I can't remember.
Buckshot Roulette?
Yeah.
Let me check. I want to say maybe yes.
Because that might be my game of the year.
Buckshot. Did it come out this year? It came out, yeah, this year, April. Why is that not Game of the Year? Why was that not nominated?
No, like, I mean, it's probably not great to people, but like, that's one game I actually played for like 2 weeks straight.
It's short, and then you can play with multiple people, which I think is also like an interesting party game.
No, can you? Oh, they just did it. Yeah.
So there's cool stuff with it. The other thing is that like I know Baldur's Gate 3, it got Game of the Year last year, right? Baldur's Gate 3?
I believe so.
Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is also a weird one for me because like I do want to play that game, but the amount of updates that keep happening to that game, like I'm just like, I'll just wait for the next update at this point, because they just announced a new update that they're planning for next year, and it's like a huge one, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to start playing the game now. But I do want to play it. I do really want to play it. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should really play Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I just like that game keeps staring at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
Play it.
I'm trying to, but I want to
Just
beat.
don't try. Do
I
stop playing stupid card game. Play the Like a Dragon.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to be dual streaming me playing Metaphor and me playing Infinite Wealth, and then also
like, a feet camera and a hand camera,
and then also playing Indiana Jones at the same time. Oh no.
I am really excited to play Indiana Jones. I will play that. I will play that.
Yeah, I gotta play that at some point. But Chunch is lazy. But yeah, we'll see. Oh god, that was a burp. Excuse me. All right, that's it for the podcast. Bye bye.